Welcome to the Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you're new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Moon Harvest, Omish Eartha, Naughty Thumbnails, Mitch Kennedy, Original D Rose, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wassel, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, M Iron26, Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, More Books, Fibre Oats, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Nealand, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Tina Baker, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
When people are talking about mathematics, like mathematical theory, they'll kind of hijack the term from science and try to plug it in there and vice versa just to kind of convolute the conversation.
Yeah. Well, that's what I noticed with like almost every like argument or discussion or whatever is there's a misunderstanding because it's like overcomplicated and somebody's not understanding something. So what you want to do is you want to like simplify it a bit more and more and like, you know, get down to something hyper specific and break that down, right?
Yep.
That's kind of what I noticed. Because
Yeah,
if something's a bit, come on.
I was just going to say that Dean Odell, Greg Locke debate or whatever that was the other day, they neither one of them had any idea what science was.
Well,
if you paid attention to it.
No, I only seen the last 5 minutes and then scrubbed through it. Everybody was talking about it at my like Bible study yesterday. So it was a hot subject, I guess you could say.
Did you intervene?
Did you watch
There's your opportunity to be discussing it educatedly as you are.
Oh, I wasn't. You're
Not
talking
you.
about righteous. Yeah.
Wait, say that again, Nathan. What's addressed at me?
You've been looking for an opportunity to discuss this, and if you're saying that that debate was a hot topic in your Bible study, presumably you spoke educatedly on the subject.
Yeah, I focused on something else. I didn't focus on what was discussed and stuff like that. I didn't necessarily focus on biblical cosmology.
Why not?
Well, I guess I wasn't. I don't know. I guess I wasn't led in that direction. I was led in another direction. I mean,
last time we discussed this, you said you were fearful of other people who've experienced the same thing in their Christian communities, whatever they may be. Therefore, you don't bring it up. If there was an opportunity, though, that would be a different story. Now you're saying there was an opportunity. Everyone's discussing this debate, but the road didn't lead you there. I'm not following. There's something awry here. There's something not right.
All right, I'll tell you. Okay, as a Christian, I don't. As a Christian, I don't want to say anything. Like if I'm going to talk about another Christian, it's going to be like in a better light, right? I can't talk about a Christian in a negative light, so I'm not going to focus on the negatives, right? We all make mistakes. I make mistakes, right? So to focus on the negatives on somebody else would be to like basically condemning myself in a sense. Does that make sense?
Not really.
Well, if we all make mistakes and I'm pointing out their mistake, right? Well, then what's to stop anybody from pointing their finger at me for the mistakes I make?
Nothing.
Yeah. So
So you're
if
worried
I
that
don't
so you're
point the
not going to
finger,
point out the mistakes in others because you fear that the people might point out the mistakes in you.
well, um, how do I put it?
Like I just did.
Well, it's not like yeah, like I can look at a Bible verse. If somebody looks at a Bible verse, I can look at a Bible verse with that guy and talk about that Bible verse, right? That's one thing. But it seems like everybody was focusing on the fallout, on how there was a disagreement and how it didn't end well, right? It wasn't so much a discussion; it was biblical cosmology and the scriptures they used, right? So because the focus was on that, I I just I stuck up for both of them. You follow me?
Fair enough.
They're both.
And do they know your
Yeah.
position on the subject?
Some of them do. Some of them I've seen their videos.
Okay. Fair
Mic
enough.
check.
Hello.
Hello, Neil.
We talking about Dean Odell?
We were talking about that debate, not specifically Dean Ogle
Well,
or
the only
the
bit
other
we
guy.
didn't focus on was that. I know you were keen to get, or Adam was keen to get to the scuffle at the end. We were like, who cares? That's their individual personality clashes. Who cares? If that was all that they discussed in the Bible study class, fair enough. I mean, I'm not going to, heaven forbid they criticise me. Should I criticise them? But who cares? If they had a tete-a-tete in that regard. What the matter at hand?
I just wanna bring him aware of celestial navigation. Just have him look into that. And maybe the Black Swan, maybe he hasn't seen the Black Swan yet. Maybe he doesn't know. I find it impossible, almost 2024 in a few weeks, and he's not heard of the Black Swan.
Have you emailed him?
I think there's a lot of etherism in there.
Have you emailed him?
No, I'm going to go to his church on Sunday.
Just email him in advance. Ugh.
Adam, Nathan, I'm horrible at emails. Maybe I'll have my wife sit down with me and she'll tell. I don't know how to email.
Well, just get someone who does to type one out with his email address. First thing you need to do is acquire his email address. That's it. First step, step one. Your task for today. Find his email address. That's it.
I got all of that. It's right on Google. You can find everything.
So
That's how I got his address yesterday.
So you've got it written down in front of you now. You could put it into an email address field and type out an email to him then, couldn't you?
Yeah, when I stop driving, I can.
So you've got it written down?
What's that?
You've got his email address written down then?
No, it's right on Google. All you got to do is pop up and it's right there. It's address, it's email.
You've got this way of not answering. Is that a yes? I have gone to Google.
Of course it's. Hold on a second. Of course it's a yes. If I tell you I Google it and everything pops up, yeah, I just got to Google it again and it'll all pop up. So yes, I have it. Do I have it right now with me? No.
Right, that's your first step. Google it and write it down.
I'm better in person.
Step two is compose an email.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not the hot-headed Sonny from The Godfather.
I'm not suggesting you are.
I'm very calm and cool.
I'm not suggesting you're not. I'm suggesting that in advance of discussing something with him, you email him with your intentions and let him know what your movements will be so he knows where you'll be and what you intend to do when you see him. That way, when he sees you and you shake his hand and say, hello, we've been emailing each other. Oh, are you Neil? Yes, I am. Then the conversation will progress positively. If you turn up on his doorstep on Sunday as a member of his congregation and say, I'd like a word with you, I'm ever so sorry, I've got another appointment. Well, that was a great success. One email, and you'll start the ball rolling so you're on the front foot when you go to his church on Sunday.
I got you. I understand what you're saying. But usually Sundays after a service, when you're new, pastors will see you. Hey, I would like to talk to the pastor. But I understand what you're saying. Preemptive.
Yes, just polite.
Okay, I'll get to work on that.
I know it's a church, But your unsolicited discussion about flat Earth with him may not be welcomed. I know he's a flat earther. It doesn't matter.
Well, I could just come in and be truthful.
You could.
I stumbled across him years ago. I used to listen to his stuff. I thought he was pretty good.
And
So I could say, listen, I've been listening to you for years.
that's how you
I
start your
actually
email.
moved to Alabama.
That's how you
What's
start
that?
your email.
Right. So that's what I'll do. And I'll feel him out from there. Listen, I don't want to fight with the guy. I just would like to bring him some clarity. But I just feel he's been infected already. And if he's talking to Whitsitt, he knows damn well who Flat Earth Debate is.
Does he? Why would that be the case? Because he knows who Whitsitt is. What?
Yeah, of course. Why, you don't think Whitsitt? You don't think Whitsitt would say something to him about Flat Earth Debate?
No,
I think he would.
I don't think he would.
I don't think he would either.
I kind of think he'd be like, listen, there's these guys over here. They're going to come to you. I don't know. I'm thinking of all the angles that he could. I can't believe that he has not heard of Flat Earth Debate, so he knows the arguments. He is an etherite, and that's it.
Okay. Does it matter? You just want him to have some new arguments. Doesn't matter what he is. Right?
Yeah, but etherites tend to close their ears to everything else. They want this ether to be real, and that's it.
Okay, well, you don't know that. You've not spoken to him, have you? You've not even emailed him yet, so don't get ahead of yourself. You don't know what he's going to do. And try and put yourself in his position when you approach him. What have you got to offer him? Don't worry about what you're going to tell him about what his ether beliefs are. If you're approaching him and you're hoping to achieve a positive outcome, let him know what you have to offer him. That's what I would do. That's how I would approach it. Obviously, it's entirely up to you. It's your bag. You do what you think best. But my advice would be, number one, email him. Let him know your intentions. And let him know what you have to offer him.
Word up. Will be done.
Make him an offer he can't refuse, Neil.
No, that's something else.
That's what I'm thinking. But if you think about it, Nathan, it is an offer you can't refuse. You can't get around it, underneath it, or over it. Earth is flat. We all know that, right? But you can't get around celestial navigation. You can't get around the black swan. It is what it is. It's measured flat. So he doesn't need all this other horse shit.
Yeah, again, you put to back of your mind telling him what he doesn't need. That will not achieve your positive outcome. Focus on what you can offer him and offer it to him. That's it. Beyond that, setting him straight, making him offers he can't refuse, letting him know where he's going wrong. You want this guy on your side.
No. You
That's
missed
not the
it.
way
You
to go
missed
about
it.
it.
I'm saying you missed it. I'm saying I'm talking to you that way. I'm not going to talk to him that way. What I'm saying is when you present him with these, what we discuss here, that is an offer you can't refuse. You can't get around that. It's like, oh yeah, absolutely.
But just statements of facts.
So
What you're saying
in
is I'm going to
essence-
give you... So that, again, you put in your email. What I will offer you is statements of facts that are indisputable in regards to proving a flat Earth. That's what I will be offering you. There you go. I'm writing it for you.
That's perfect. Say that again.
I'll be offering you undisputable facts that demonstrate Earth to be measured flat.
I like it. I'm going to use it.
Again, avoid phraseology like, I have better arguments, or things like that, you know. You want him on your side, there's a certain way to
Yeah,
phrase
no,
them.
I know. I know that. I wouldn't say it like that. But it's just that, get into all this ether and stuff. He would have been, just think about that whole debate he just had with this guy. Just say that all the things we discussed were imputed into him, and he laid them out in front of that guy. Where can that guy go? Nowhere.
Indeed. I don't disagree, Neil. You've got a lot to offer the guy. You should be thankful at the end of the process if you do a good job of passing on the information to him. It is to his advantage. It is not necessarily to your advantage beyond helping a fellow Christian to do better in a discussion that you have an expertise in. So simply humble yourself and just pass on your expertise and leave it at that. You might develop a friendship with the guy. Forget his ether belief at this stage, I would suggest. Forget his abilities in debate or what he could have achieved. Just say, this is what I've got to offer.
I mean, that's the main thing, right? Earth is measured flat. Earth is observably flat. Earth is navigated flat.
Sure. I'm in no doubt you'll do a good job with him, Neil.
Yeah, but I just can't rattle off. I can't do it.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. You'd be surprised, Neil. Don't doubt your own abilities. You know what you know. You'll be fine. You know what you know. Just don't bullshit. If you don't know something or you feel you're incapable of explaining it satisfactorily to him, then just don't. Just disclaim that. You don't know something, or you go, I don't really know how to explain this. The basic principle is X, but the nitty-gritty detail. If you didn't know how to explain a line of positioning, for example, yeah, but you knew the basics of the acquisition of the angle, to then go on to give you a line of position. Not knowing the steps doesn't matter. You just say that, so long as you're humble enough to say, I don't really understand those steps. However, I can put you in the right direction of where these steps prove a flat Earth if you don't know. However, I don't think that's the case, Neil. You do know. Hey, Brian, we're just going through the motions of what Neil's going to do in regards to denodal. I'm glad he didn't just turn up on his doorstep and see him.
Well,
little juice to your show yesterday.
it again, Neil.
I said I was just adding a little juice to his show yesterday.
Well, I think it would be better if, Dean Odell, I don't know, the guy, from what I've heard from mostly people like yourself and QE, that he's supposed to be, from what you hear, he's approachable. Okay, but that doesn't mean he's not stupid. Now, I'm not calling the man stupid, I don't know. But if he decides that, no, the ether is real and just goes off on this big crazy nonsense tangent, there's nothing you can do. But if we could get him to actually come and address us at least, that would be something.
Yeah, I've taken a totally different approach,
that's what I'm
Brian.
thinking, Brian. If he goes into the
hold
whole
on,
ether
Brian's
is
just
real.
completely hold on. Brian's just undermined everything I've just said. Thank you, Brian. Good to have you. No, I'm saying don't worry about his ether belief at this stage. I'm saying just approach him with what you have to offer that's beneficial to him in regards to proving Earth is measured, navigated, whatever, flat, and offer him that. That's it, and then draw the line. Nothing else. Don't worry about his beliefs in ether, his Christian standpoint, his abilities in the debate that we discussed yesterday. None of that. Just don't even broach any of it at this stage. The guy's never even met you. How dare you be so bold? Just tell him you have something to give him that is of benefit, and then give it him, and then that's it. Then see what happens after that.
Well,
I agree, but I think
Nathan,
what Brian is saying is that even if he comes back with all of this ether nonsense, then there's nothing I really can do. Then he's an ether, right? And you walk away. I understand.
Maybe this is something we can focus on today, because there's going to be a misapprehension if you watch this show in terms of our general attitude towards discussing this subject. But as may now be more noticeable with Neil actually getting up close and personal with Dean Odell in this regard, there's a different tact that you will generally take as an individual out in society, isn't there? You guys stress it to me all the time. Well, these kinds of discussions, Neil, will benefit a huge number of people in terms of the tact that is taken by them based on your example, based on what you do. It doesn't even matter at this stage if you never ever spoke to him. In other words, if he ignored your email, let's say you send him an email, he never even responds. You send him another one, he just blanks you. It wouldn't matter, because up until this point, we've discussed the whys and wherefores of the best approach, and you've implemented it, regardless of if it was successful or not, because that will have a knock-on effect with people and their behaviour. So I see this discussion now about how you will approach it. Yesterday, I was very negative about it, as you could probably tell. I had my head in my hands while it was going on, if I'm honest, Neil. But there we go. That's also a testament to people who will watch me personally on the show and go, well, his attitude towards dealing with a baller is X. And then you go, well, actually, no. In reality, when he's advising the people on his panel to go forth and meet Dean Odell and broach a tentative subject when it comes to Ether, there's a tact to be taken. Now, that same tact directly translates to if you're dealing with a baller. Doesn't make any difference, does it? So maybe, from that perspective, if you've got a, not anti-flat earther, just an average normie baller believer in your family, and you're thinking of approaching them, they'll listen to this conversation and go, maybe going about it the way I had considered would be the best isn't the best. Maybe doing what Neil did, going forth and telling the person that you've got something to offer them, something of benefit, and then just giving it to them. And that's not necessarily debating the points they put back to you. So when Neil says, or Brian says to Neil, well, if he just comes back at you with ether, just listen to him, nod along. Don't even necessarily tell him you don't agree. He'll find that out in time, won't he? But, just be courteous and listen. Now, that may sound very alien to people listening, Neil, but that is actually the tact I would take. Go ahead, Brian. I know you're keen.
Yeah, I have to respond to that because I didn't get to respond when you first said it to me. No, I completely 100 million % disagree. We have to be seen to publicly be taking a hard line against this complete and utter nonsense. Now, I don't want that guy. You said, what's the worst can happen? What's the outcome? The outcome would be that he could very likely reference us while also referencing the ether because he doesn't realize that we're opposed to all complete and utter nonsense. This guy's around since 2015. It's not as if he has never heard of this show. He's never heard of you, Nathan. I've never heard of QE. I mean, if the guy wants to promote pseudoscience, I'm not going to placate it because he's Pastor Dean Odell. That means nothing to me. I don't care who he is. It's rubbish. And I don't want my name associated with anyone who's going to be promoting this publicly.
100% agree.
Obviously.
Yeah. I agree. You missed the distinction. What I'm saying is the hard line we do take on the show may be perceived to some as the hard line that must be taken. Yet if you've got a cousin coming over tomorrow, that tact of I refuse, like you've just taken, might not necessarily be the right tact in everybody who's watching's day-to-day experiences when they disseminate this information to a loved one, for example. Now, I'm not saying this is a loved one, but it's the tact that Neil's taking that I think will be beneficial to people who just see the hard line. That's my point, Brian. I know we take a hard line on these things.
Well, I think leave Neil be Neil, because if Neil tries to be someone else, it's not going to work for him. Leave Neil do it Neil's way. Neil is very good at getting his point across in his own way. And if you try to control that in any way, it's going to come. Like Neil is not going to turn up screaming and shouting at him on his doorstep. It's not going to happen. But Neil still has to be Neil. You know what I mean? I think you're maybe trying to get Neil to kind of do it differently than Neil will do it. Neil would just be Neil, and Neil will tell him, well, ether is a load of rubbish. If you
He's a big boy. He'll do whatever he likes. He's not going to do what I tell him to do, is he?
I'm not saying it that way. I'm just saying that you're trying to advise him to do it in a certain way. Not that you're trying to tell him to do it, but you're trying to advise him to do it in a certain way. And I think that won't happen naturally for Neil. You know what I mean? I think Neil will have to do it his own way. And if your man says ether, Neil has every right to say, I'm sorry, but that's a load of rubbish. You know what I mean? There was no scientific evidence for ether. That's a load of rubbish.
I know, but in an initial social interaction with somebody that you potentially want to have on your side, I don't necessarily think that's the initial approach to take. He's approaching him, not the other way around. It's not like here. We have an open door for the ballers to come in. That's not what's going on. Yeah, he's got church and Neil's intended to go there, but it's still not the same.
Well, it's not that I'm looking to I'm trying to get him on my side. I'm giving him the option to choose wisely. If he doesn't, that would be my approach. If I was Neil, not trying to give Neil any advice, but be my approach, and me and Neil would probably be similar in it, is that we think similar. It's like my approach would be, here is an option to choose wisely. If you don't, that's your choice. Do you know what I mean? That'd be how I view it. I wouldn't be trying to get him. I wouldn't be doing anything to placate him in any way. Do you know what I mean? But I wouldn't be attacking the guy either. I don't know the guy. He hadn't done anything wrong to me. But I still would have to pull him on anything he'd say. I wouldn't be able to dismiss it or ignore anything he said. You know what I mean? But I would ask him just to frequent here. Has he heard of here? Right? He surely has. I would state that to him. And would he be interested in frequenting here, considering some of the things that I've heard him saying within that debate, they're not correct. You know what I mean? Because my intention is purely to correct him. Whether he likes it or not, that's up to him. You know what I mean? It's like when Tinfoil came in here with the presentations. If he didn't like some of our critiques, then that doesn't mean our critiques aren't valid. It just means he didn't like them.
Yeah, but
if he stormed off.
Tinfoil's
you know
come to us. He's come to us to offer it to us, right? Hasn't he? So we're in the position of denodal in the respect that we can just reject it, and we have every right to do so upon hearing it, to critique it, to reject it. Well, when Neil's put in that position, he's then the equivalent of them coming to us, or in that case, Tinfoil Hatman coming to us. Neil isn't the same when he approaches him, because he's in the position where he can say, get lost, I don't care. It's a waste of my time. I don't want to know. Therefore, the tax should be different if you want to be successful, in my opinion. You're saying, well, you can take it or leave it. I'll leave it, thanks, get lost. Well, that's great. Well,
yeah, but that's okay then. But that would be his loss in time. Because I don't need Dean Odell. I don't know the man. I could end up being friends with the guy for all I know. But I don't know the man. At present, I don't need Dean Odell in my life.
Yeah, but he might become a mentor and pastor to Neil. He might join his church for all we know. He's local. So there might be a friendship that develops. That's why I'm saying take a different tact.
Or Neil could give him a dig in the mouth.
Alternatively, he could punch him. No, I'm saying that there's a different set of scenarios to nameless, faceless trolls who turn up here, or even friendlies like Tinfoil Hatman, who turn up on our doorstep to present their information, and we thank them most of the time. But we don't have to. You know, the door's open. It don't mean we have to like you when you come through it.
Yeah, but we will be like, there's nothing wrong with being courteous. I'm not saying you have to be strong-arming anyone, but you offer someone your critiques, and if that person doesn't like them to the point where they don't want to talk to you, then okay. I mean, Dean Odell might believe, because he obviously, there's no voice, he does believe, because you can only believe in ether. So he absolutely believes in ether. And it's up to him whether he wants to address this belief he has and see if it has any validity in reality or not. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But I'm not
Brian, yeah? There's the other thing that can happen too. I could pop up there and he could be like, oh, shoot, Neil Cosentino, you're part of Flat Earth Debate.
I doubt it.
Don't doubt yourself, buddy.
Okay. I know you've got a grandiose impression of what this channel is. This is a teeny tiny little channel that hardly anybody knows about.
No, Nathan. We're the girl that the guy rings, right? But he doesn't want anyone to know he's ringing. We're that girl. You know what I mean? He doesn't want people to know that he's into her.
Excuse me.
He
Please
doesn't want
don't
people to
describe
know
flat
that he's
earth
contacting
debate.
her.
We are not a fuck buddy. What are you talking about?
We are the flat earth's dirty secret. That's what we are.
Flat earth's
Right.
dirty little secret. What?
Yeah, because we are, when push comes to shove, David Weiss, when push came to shove, who did he need to protect his Bitcoin? He needed you, right? That's what he needed. He didn't go to someone else. He came to you, came to this show, right? When we're needed, it's like we are that cousin who's done time in jail. Do you know what I mean? And there's a problem with some neighbor, and they're ringing the cousin to sort out the problem. We're that cousin, but yet they didn't invite the cousin to the Christmas dinner last year. Do you know what I mean? We're that cousin you know what I mean? The dirty little secret, or we are what they don't want to address. That's they want to have their beliefs. We don't deal with that. We deal with what is and what isn't.
Is that
we know and
all
what we
that
don't know.
distinguishes us, would you say, between us and
Sorry?
other flat earthers? Is that all that distinguishes us? We, in a way, we've got Slit James to sort of credit for this. The notion, at least, not the principle, because obviously we exercise that as opposed to just saying it, which Slick James also exercised it while he was here. But the sentiment of, we don't have any beliefs, was a sentiment that was previously echoed by Jaron. That was his sentiment when he first started. I remember it quite distinctly. It was quite impactful. But
yeah,
go on.
I would say that no, I don't see how anything else needs to define us. That is what defines us. And that's what the main difference is. We're not dealing with beliefs. We're dealing with what we can show and prove and measure. And what we don't know, we explain that we don't. We admit we don't know. You know what I mean? We don't make claims about the sun and what it is and how it does what it does. Blah blah blah. For example, we deal with what is and what's real. Whereas, how many flat earthers? The majority of them are dealing with what they want to believe to be real. And that's the difference. That is what defines us. And that's all we need to define us. Because that's what makes us that little bit different. The best actors in the world are very
Seems
small
like a
group.
weird reason to
way.
make us into that dark cousin that you describe as an ex-con. Because what have we done wrong? What is it that we're doing that makes us the criminal comparison to an ex-con cousin?
But the cousin who's the ex-con might not have done that in wrong time in his family, but because the person is an ex-con, people don't want to admit that they know him or related to him until they need him because their neighbor is giving them a hard time. You know what I mean? And they need someone who has street smarts or has been around a bit to solve the problem for them. It's an old thing. There's always that.
Do you get that?
As I said, or that girl that fellas don't want to admit that he likes. But
I just wanted to ask if you get that as well. So, on various different messaging platforms that I'm on, every now and again, but not infrequently, people will say, "I don't get around this argument. I don't get around that argument," and I'll go with this. Like, oh, that was so obvious. Of course, thank you. And on they go. I just wonder if that's something you get as well. Do you get people going, "I don't get around this"?
I do bits and pieces, but not as much as you would. Because when it comes to the debate show and debating, they're going to approach you. So I do get it. Where I will be asked my opinion on something, whatever. Yeah, I do get it, but not as much as you would. But you have a much bigger history of debating than I have. I mean, you run the debate show of debate shows within this arena. Do you know what I mean? There's none bigger or more controversial than this show, is there?
Makes no sense. Why? We talk about celestial navigation and how the globe uses a flat plane. I mean, it's there in their own rhetoric, yet we're the most controversial. We're the only ones adhering to the rhetoric on both sides, yet we're the most controversial. It makes no sense.
Jesus was controversial as well, and he didn't have too many friends. Think of it that way.
Yeah.
No, I'm not comparing us to Jesus Christ. I'm just saying that as an example. That seems to be the way in history.
No, that would be QE.
But you know what I mean? It's like the most real are often the most controversial. Because in general, in society, you know people, Nathan, Neil, you know people. People want to have beliefs. They want to have this and that. They want things to be real that aren't. And they're happy with things being that way. And they don't want to hear about what isn't real or what is real. They don't want to hear about that. You know what I mean? If it gets in the way of what they want to believe. So most people
Brian,
are
you're
flat
saying
earthers are just
we strip them of all their beliefs and we leave them empty?
I think maybe emptiness is a side effect of contemplation of not knowing something that you previously thought you did, even if you only believed in it. You still had that to cling to. And if we take that away, maybe that does make sense. We're taking away people's substitutions for globe Earth. You know, there's plenty of beliefs that they had to relinquish. And rather than just relinquishing them, going, wow, I don't know that anymore. Wow, maybe I'll find out one day. They've go, I need a new guru. Quick, tell me what the sky is.
That's what it always is, though. But we offer them reality.
No, it didn't. We didn't offer them anything. We don't offer anything. The fact that it is measured flat has been measured by people long before we came along, and we're just pointing it out. So in terms of what we proactively have done, the answer to that is nothing, very little. Now, providing logical consistencies and arguments, that's different. That works within our proactive debate forum. Yes, there's plenty that we do there. We do it all day long. But in terms of the big wide world and what we have offered to a society, pointing out that it was always flat, is that an achievement? Well, apparently that's very, very negative from what I'm hearing now, and one of the reasons why we're suppressed as much as we are. Just pointing out the reality of the world that we live in. That's enough to get you some, well, yeah, it is as the world goes, because that doesn't benefit anybody. Doesn't give anybody any control over anybody else, so it's not very beneficial to just point out how the world is. In fact, it's very bad, because we are telling them how it is, and it ain't that. So shut up, get back in your corner. That's the attitude. But for the people who are in between, they've come from a faith, they realise it's not true anymore. It doesn't change what they have been programmed with, and the reason they were programmed with it was because it was easy to do. It was easy to program them with these beliefs, so it's just as easy to replace them. And people in our flat earth corner of this internet have figured that out and decided, well, I'll be the one to replace them then. And they do. So we're just as controversial to them.
We offer them reality, and that's it.
Yeah, let me give an example. Neil, you'll understand this. Neil used to, like, I didn't do the amount of boxing Neil did, but I only did some small amount of boxing, but Neil did do boxing for a while. And I know people that did box for a long time, right? You take people who are boxing fans, and then the UFC came along and they were UFC fans. I remember people, I remember one of the lads I used to do it. I used to do the MMA, and I remember one of the people I trained with. He was a very, very strong wrestler and a very very strong-minded, very real person. No nonsense, no beliefs, just real. It is what it is, right? You're not going to. And he just made the comment to me one evening because he knew I'd understand. He said, this is a few years ago, and everyone was going around wearing the tap-out T-shirts and all this kind of stuff. And you'd see it online, you'd see it everywhere at the time. He's going back years ago, back in 2007, 2008, this kind of. And, and he just made the comment that absolutely nobody in our club had any of those things. No one had a tap-out T-shirt or any other nonsense. Why not? Because we were actually doing it. You know what I mean? So when you're actually doing something, when it's over, you don't want to have something promoting it. You know what I mean? It's like
it's the guy with a Ferrari jacket and a Ferrari mug and a Ferrari hat. Where's your Ferrari?
Yeah, driving a Ford.
He's driving a Ford, exactly. I don't know about boxing. I went to a
but it'd be the same kind of thing. It's like people who talk a lot about boxing, but they never once went to a boxing club and sparred one round. Because you learn. That's what it is. There you learn about it. It is that. If you like it, stay at it. If you don't, leave. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. It doesn't have to be that. It could be tennis. It could be anything. It could be the military school. You know what I mean? People, guys turn up at the military thinking like they're no bother. They'll coast through this, and before they know it, they're out of breath and they're sweating and they just want to go home. You know what I mean? It's like that's what FED is. It takes away all those things that you want to believe are real. same kind of thing. It can happen, as I said, any discipline. Take tennis. You think, I do tennis, no bother. Well, turn up and see. Before you know it, tennis will be hard. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? The reality is hard. And when it comes to any subject, reality is the thing that most people don't want to address. Right. They want to have a belief around reality,
In terms of fighting, when I went to one particular school, I went to lots of different schools, but one was a private school, and I started there in the second year of what Americans would call high school, our secondary school. I did the first year in Birmingham. They went to this private school, and the kids that were there was only very small classes, maybe 6 or 7 in each class, and all the kids were really friendly, and you did everything together in all the different classes. And we did fencing and judo. I remember doing the judo lesson for the first time, literally the very first lesson. And they went through the lesson, showed us a few throws, all the normal stuff you'd do in a judo lesson. But then at the end of each lesson, they basically lined you up against each other and just got you to fight each other. And there was no holds barred. It's like, no, you just go in, you do what you know, and try and win. So they were like, well, we'll put you up against one of the girls. You've never done any of these lessons yet. I'm like, no, fair enough. So in my mind, we've just done a few throws and stuff. That would be the level that I thought I would be fighting this girl at. And within the first second, she came at me with a flying kick to the face, like completely 2 feet off the ground, foot extended, fully straight into my face within a second of starting. And I was like, whoa, this is a big fat reality sandwich I wasn't expecting. So you do actually learn how to fly in the air and kick each other in the face in this lesson then? Oh yeah, absolutely. We just didn't do that in this lesson. You'll find out as you go through the lesson. I'm like, oh, right, okay, fair enough. So that was the lesson. Same with fencing. So they show you the foil when you're a noob, as I was, and they take you to one side and give you a very basic lesson so you can actually join in, tell you how to not stamp on the foil and curve it in the right direction, all the rest of the stuff. And then they teach you a few moves. Same thing again at the end of the lesson. Right, now you've got to fight each other. And you think, okay, so it'll be parry, return, and you're trying to get a strike and all the rest of it. Not a bit of it. The moment you start in this school, they're full on. They want to hurt you with the foil. They want to whack you with the sword. They want to poke you as hard as possible and put you on the ground. And you might think, oh, it's just a little pointy stick with a nub on the end and it bends when you poke it into you. Believe me, it hurts. Even with all the...
it does, yeah.
Right, bloody hurts. Especially if they catch you on the neck or something. It can cut you. It's still sharp, and you do get injured occasionally. Several kids while I was doing it with them, not because of me, but maybe. But you know what I mean. People got injured because you're fighting with a mock sword, learning how to fight with swords. So there we go. So it's like those sorts of lessons, like you say, you have an impression of what it's going to be like when you're on the inside. Now, I'm not going into those lessons with a Slash It t-shirt on because I'm really into sword fighting or anything like that. Like you say with the guys with the tap out t-shirts on. I was kind of indifferent until you're in the deep end of it. It'd be like someone who's like, oh, I've never really heard of MMA. So what do? We fight. Yeah, I'll show you a few moves. Okay, well, this seems all right. Now go in the ring with Jim over there. Just have a spar with Jim. Just a bit of sparring, you'll be all right. Next thing you know, you're on the canvas with little birdies going around your head, or you're in an arm lock and you're like, ow, ow, ow. Because suddenly reality is a lot different to what it seems, even as you're in the thick of the moment. And the reason I've harped on about that for 5 minutes, is the experience our opponents get. Because it's very different listening into a conversation like this, if this was live, and you go, oh, these guys are all right. It all seems very laid back until you're having your own flat earth proof handed back in the form of a globe claim that you've offered up. Suddenly it's a very different reality sandwich that you just weren't expecting.
Yeah, or if you come up with ether or any other thing, you're going to meet opposition. It's because we're dealing with reality. It's the same thing. It's like a lot of people think MMA is going to be great and they turn up for training. And even if they're just doing like what people don't even realize, just the submission wrestling part of it. So you don't even have to have someone trying to submit you, just on top of you. You're just holding you down. And that becomes very uncomfortable. You start being out of breath, or you run out of energy very fast, especially if you're not fit for it. You know what I mean? And it becomes reality very fast. It doesn't look like much to the outside person because they're just looking at, they're just wrestling around. But when you're in the position, especially if you're not experienced in any way in it, suddenly reality becomes very real. You know, it's like the guys who are watching UFC all the time or boxing, and they'd see someone lose and they go, that guy's a loser. The person they're calling a loser has experienced things they never experienced, things that they have never gone and tried out. Do you know what I mean? They have never done one round of sparring even. You know what I mean? But they're sitting there and they're going to make a judgment about somebody who loses in a boxing match or an MMA match or whatever, a Muay Thai, something. You know what I mean? You can't make judgments like that. If the person was a loser, they wouldn't be, you know what I mean, on television, for God's sake. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? But people don't like, I don't want to focus too much on that example of the boxing or whatever, but it's just, it could be any discipline that you think is going to be, and that you think is going to be a doddle or no big deal. You find out the reality of it, and we are that reality of this topic, and that's why we don't deal with beliefs. We have a load of people out there, most flat earthers, from what I can tell, are just believers. They have a belief. That's it. And we don't hold those. We don't want to deal with them. We don't want to hold them. We want to deal with what we can show and prove and admit what we can't. And they don't want that. They want to be able to tell someone what the sun is and make something up or have a belief about what it is. It's a plasma thing that it's within the ether. They want to be able to say that. So if we bring it back to Dean Odell, he might want to be able to say that nonsense. And there's nothing we can do about it, regardless of who he is. It's like, no, he wants to live in nonsense.
Well, we've been programmed with a belief structure for our paradigm from birth. So it's not surprising that people transition from a belief, regardless of if they were under misapprehensions of it being real or not. It is a belief, and their phraseology gives that away. When we're covering the videos that we cover, we've got another one that Paul supplied today. Thank you, Paul, by the way. That starts off that way. I queued it up for the sound, and one of the first things out of the person's mouth was about, I want to know what flat earthers believe. So that's why it's been so easy for charlatans to transition people who've left the globe back into some new crazy belief, because that's how we've been brought up and raised. That's how that's how we're manipulated. That's
what David Weiss and Jaron Campanella are. They're giving people the belief they want to have. Hey, everybody.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Hello.
Good to have you all. Happy Tuesday, saddest day of the week, maybe? No? We'll find out tomorrow. We shall see. Any evidence or scientific evidence of gravity?
Yes. It's the non-force that causes the force of gravity to emerge, and the evidence is gravitational waves, which of course require a medium because it's a wave, and the medium for the gravitational wave is gravity. There you go.
That's incorrect. The bent fourth dimension is described as space-time, and that bending space-time is what's described as gravity. So in Einsteinian terms, the uneven distribution of mass warps and bends space-time, a fourth-dimensional pseudo-concept. That is gravity.
Yes, but it's also the medium for gravitational waves. Like, what else is it moving in otherwise?
There is no fourth-dimensional to move in. It's did I say conceptual medium? I'm sure I did.
Hey, we got gravitational waves, so there's got to be something.
Okay, well, tying an observation. Okay,
so something's got to be there.
This is just the newest model. It's all brand new thanks to Fight the Flat Earth. He inspired this.
What, a non-force force of gravity described as a pseudo-Riemannian force space-time bending gives rise to a gravitational force in the fourth dimension. So gravity creates gravity. It's nonsense,
Yes, the force of gravity in the third dimension, but it's the actual evidence turns out to be a gravitational wave. But since it's a wave, it means it has to be in a medium. So logically, the medium for the gravitational wave is gravity.
And that may be the case in fourth dimensional space-time mathematics. But that is not anything that has a force ascribable to it, because it's a bending, fourth dimensional, conceptual medium that is being described. When you say it requires a medium, okay, yeah, unicorns that fly require a medium for them to fly in, okay, and here's the maths for it. What's your point? This is a conceptual bent space-time medium.
But Nathan, the math works so perfectly. It must be real.
The math is real, but that isn't reality, and it isn't physical. It's conceptual for about the sixth time.
Yeah, this is all. This is one of those situations where ball win, just like any baller, will start answering a question they weren't asked. Because the question was, is there any scientific evidence for gravity? The answer to that, well, the specific answer is, which of the 5 gravities are you asking about? Because there is scientific evidence for one of them.
The specific, hold on.
Specific gravity?
Hold on. What's the phenomena being described to have scientific validity and specific gravity?
If
Relative
density increase, then increase in specific gravity.
Not a phenomena. That's a description of a medium-specific description, as opposed to relative density disequilibrium.
No, but you notice when you drop something in honey, yeah, it goes down slower than when you drop it in water.
Not what I asked. What's the phenomena? What's the phenomena?
The phenomena is
Adam. Hold on. Brian said there was scientific validity offerable for relative density disequilibrium, otherwise known as specific gravity. Let's not worry about the other 4 gravities for a moment. Yeah, we're not going to get into quantum foam or anything to do with Newton or Einstein. But for the time being, if you say the scientific validity for relative density, which is, as I understand it, specific gravity, that's not where we shoehorn in a phenomena when we say relative density disequilibrium. Because as Adam has immediately exampled, when you drop something in honey, okay, straight away, I know the cause of that, I dropped it. But I'm asking you, if you're saying the science for it, what phenomena are you referring to that they would use in that context for specifically specific gravity?
Well, we see what they call specific gravity, more correctly called relative density. We see this playing out in reality, in nature. We see it playing out. It's a part of nature.
I'll give you one, Brian. Particulate matter in honey seems to sediment at a much slower rate than in water.
Fine. So there is plenty of... next question. So there's plenty of ascribable natural phenomena in the descriptions of specific gravity. So the audience knows, specific gravity is the name, it's the title, as opposed to when I said specifically specific gravity, that's contextually correct. It is called specific gravity in quotes. So maybe I just need to say it a bit quicker so people appreciate it as one thing. But once you've got Adam's done a great job, we can have a natural phenomena. Is there any ascribed science to specific gravity that you can cite?
Yeah. I mean, you can prove relative density through scientific methods.
Not you can.
You can prove your cause and
just
effect.
Listen to what I'm saying. When you say yes, can I now reference easily an experiment that showed the disequilibrium? I'll just hand it to you because Adam's given us one with honey, being established through hypothesis with a cause and effect relationship validated by experiment. In other words, can you quickly reference science to back what you've said, as opposed to you can do this? I'm sure I can. Easily.
Well, of that specific scenario, I don't know if anyone has done an experiment concerning that specific scenario, but relative density in general has been proven through scientific method. I mean, it doesn't matter what the scenario is, what matters is the proving of it.
Okay, that's fine. So therefore there's an opportunity then, isn't there?
There is. Yeah, there is.
Because specific gravity is very much common rhetoric and has been probably, I don't know if the ascribing of the word gravity is a recent thing, but in terms of Archimedes' principles and relative density as we know it, with buoyancy as the description, non-hijacked by gravity, that's ancient. This is not new news. But if there is no scientific validity ascribed to let's get it clear though. Relative density disequilibrium as opposed to just relative density. Because relative of what to what, you've got to put something in the scenario to science it to have a phenomena.
Well, yeah, you can call it relative density disequilibrium, or I prefer to call it relative density equilibrium. Either way.
But then nothing's happening. But then nothing's happening, is it?
But you can call it just relative density.
No, you can't. No. Not in this context. Stop. You can't. If you're going to answer me, yes, I've got science for one of the 5 gravities, specific gravity, and I say, okay, well, no, you can't from that point forth just call it relative density, because you could say, well, I call it relative density. What did you say, equilibrium? Or
equilibrium, yes.
Yeah, well, then nothing's happening. You can tell me that you're going to science this. Nothing's happening.
Why I call it relative density equilibrium, why I like equilibrium more than disequilibrium, is because the whole point of what happens in nature is the object or substance is brought to its density equilibrium point. That's what it does. That's the natural phenomenon. You know what I mean? Ice floats. You know what I mean? Things like that. Like, why is ice not underwater? It's a solid. Because it's less dense. It floats. On water. There's a natural phenomenon.
Just to clarify that, the phenomena is the disequilibrium. The equilibrium is what seeks, and then you won't see the phenomenon because it's reached equilibrium.
Great. Now we've got that clarified. My point is, if there is no referenceable specific science, that is to say, somebody taking a naturally occurring phenomena and supposing a cause with a hypothesis, with a contrapositive statement, that is to say that their presumed cause won't cause the effect they're seeking. Now, if Anthony's listening, we haven't forgotten about your experiment. We're trying specifically to tie an equivalent to the experiment to that statement of gravity. That is specific gravity. If one of the 5 quote-unquote gravities has scientific evidence for it, and that scientific evidence shows an example of relative density disequilibrium with a cause and effect relationship established with what we already know will cause the effect, Anthony's already done it, but that being tied to academia for specific gravity, it could get published. Suddenly, one of the gravities has actually got scientific. That's why I'm quizzing you so brutally about it.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. Right, of a phenomenon. I can see a branch break from a tree, right, and fall through air and land on water. Right. Now, if that water is not moving, if the branch just stays there, right, I will notice over time that when all the air that's within that wood, that's in that's the branches, right, within the branch, when that is replaced by water, that little branch will sink further into the water. Right. If it's a tree, it can end up at the bottom, right, of a lake or something like that. So I observe this branch falling through the medium of air, but then floating on the medium of water. But then I observe it after a time, right, a branch or a tree, right, sinking down into it. Maybe the branch won't go to the bottom, but it might sink down a bit, right? But the tree will go down to the bottom. So I observe this. This is an observable thing in nature. That's one example. And I can then show that is due to the changes in density and of the medium and then of the object, whether it be the branch or tree. I can show that once the air is replaced by water seeping into the log or the tree or the branch, then I can show that then the branch becomes, or log becomes more dense, more heavy, and sinks further into the medium. But the initial branch, whatever, that fell, floated on the medium. It didn't sink down into it.
Oh, I got you, Brian.
But it fell through air.
I got that. I got you. Please don't. We got that. We can all easily put this into a cause and effect relationship and offer up a valid hypothesis, and then go forth to validate that hypothesis in the alternative and rule out the null. I'm not saying that we need an example. I'm saying we need something published. In other words, if whoever and it needs some PhD boffin with a name attached to him to do this, to get it published with an experiment attached. Because upon doing so, gravity has scientific validity. But the specifics of the gravity, no pun intended, are relative density disequilibrium, an example thereof in experimental format. Now, we can hypothesize about it all day, but it doesn't make it an academic paper that someone can reference. And in terms of an appeal to consensus society that we live in, that's what they want. Well, you're never going to get that
but we have
standard.
those people.
You're never going to get that standard for any of the other four gravities, are you, Brian?
Sorry for interrupting you, Nathan. No, you won't. But you won't. But you said we need some PhD boffin. We have them. We have 3 people that could do it. We have Dr. John, we have Adam, we have QE. Just within our own little circle. Straight away, we have 3 people. Maybe even Refracted could do it. He's got credentials. The whole point is that you need someone with credentials who can do the experiment and publish the paper. Yeah.
And under specifically, I have to stop using that word. Using the term specific gravity, though.
Yeah, but
you've just got to recognise that specific gravity is what it is in terms of its viscosity. So off the top of my head, viscosity increases, and you can increase that by, you could use like sugar concentration and increase the concentration of sugar, which increases the viscosity, which in turn is the same phrase as specific gravity. So you can demonstrate a cause and effect relationship between concentration of or the viscosity of the liquid and its specific gravity, i.e. the rate of drop. You use drop rate when you're doing viscosity measurements because it's an easy way of calculating and referencing the viscosity. You see, so you could do things like that. So there'll be stuff out there I could go and sniff and pull some papers out. It'd be more because it's a kind of a pharmaceutics type thing. It's a formulation thing, but you're going to use the underlying cause and effect science to develop your technology.
I know where we'll find this. We'll find this in the oil industry. So there will be some science for weights of oils and things of that nature in terms of their technological advancements that they're trying to sell, and they will want to lean on the magic trick as I used to use tire manufacturers. I think oil is a much better example because of viscosity, because it's right there on the tin, so to speak. So when they're trying to punt their science, that's where there is some potential science being done, and therefore I would suggest that their marketing will lean on it. I don't know, I'm going to look, but I looked for tyres and I could never find any. Lots of smoke and mirrors, lots of pseudoscience claims when they're dragging tyres and telling you how the rubber compounds will interact with the roads and telling you that's science when they maths it, but no actual science. But in this instance, when I'm not looking for the pseudoscience examples with the tyres, which are useful also to point out how the magic trick works. But in this example, it'd be nice to go, here's where we've got some science for gravity. It ain't a force created in a pseudo force space. It ain't mass attracting mass. Here it is. It's gravity, but it ain't holding you to a ball and it ain't warping space-time.
Yeah, exactly. Because what they did is Newton took postulations from Kepler and Newton postulated things, but then they took that and they mutated it and they went on to claim that weight created buoyancy, which is the complete opposite of reality, because weight is just an effect of buoyancy. If you have more buoyancy, right, the object has less weight. If there's less buoyancy, the object has more weight. As in, weight is just relative to the amount of buoyancy there is.
And that's how the oil industry define it. So if you're buying a certain viscosity of oil, what's the value on the tin that gives you that rating? You know?
I don't. I can't. Not to mind. Not come to head.
It's the W rate. It's the W rating. That tells you how viscous the oil is. Now, obviously, some cars will run better with very thin oil that runs quickly, like a sports car. Other cars, not so much. They want thicker oil that runs slower or is more viscous, harder to pump through, things like that, right? Well, they give you that as a weight of the oil, right? Adam was saying they do it with drop tests. Well, yeah, that translates into the value on your oil, the weight.
Yeah, because they'll probably be using water, will they?
Oil, but yeah, it's I don't know the maths or the science for it, but that's what I'm saying. Somebody needs to look, rather than us saying, right, we need to get something published for specific gravity to show that it's relative density disequilibrium, because when a tosser comes along and says it's bending fourth space-time, you're like, no, it ain't. Here you go. Here's the actual science for gravity. It's just relative density, and a disequilibrium being described in it has been scientifically validated by the oil industry, which I am in no doubt. And the more I think about it, the more I think this makes perfect sense. It's right there on the tin. There's going to be so many, what they call red tape organisations that get involved, and they're going to want lots of fruitful work being done, and the science of it sounds wonderful, doesn't it? When you got something to sell, so we'll find it in there, I'm certain.
I think you're probably right, Nathan, because they're literally going to be using the whole process of specific gravity, which is through water. So they're going to be determining the specific weights of these oils via the viscosity of the oil, via its buoyancy in water.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Ratio, right? Ratio comparison. That's how they.
Yeah, they have a container where they're floating and they're using the oil.
Specific details of one material, like a pure water, and so they have that perfect data, and then they compare that with the new material, and then they figure it out by comparing the ratios.
Maybe. That's not what I want. I want to find what they've lent on that does have cause and effect reasoning for their no longer just alleged scientific validity when they're making marketing claims. If they've actually done some science that involves cause and effect reasoning, they will call it science, because if they're going to take credit for it, they're going to want to lean on it, aren't they? And I don't see any reason why that sort of industry that is so scientifically led in bullshit terms when they're marketing oil, it's like about as mundane as it gets. Check the latest ad for oil and see if you can find any science claims, and there'll be plenty. But the actual science for specific gravity may also be in there if we dig hard enough.
Can I ask you guys something? Also, you, Brian, because this is a thing, right? The whole model for buoyancy, from the perspective of it being all weight and fluids, and then from the perspective of what's actually happening within relative density, right? So the whole buoyancy model that rests on the gravity assumption, it's all treated like fluids, and it's just like the fluid is just wanting to sit on top of the more thick, more weighted fluid, and that's how it's all treated. So it's still going down, it's just going down less than the more dense material. That's how they calculate, how they think of it with the specific gravity, with the gravity-based model about buoyancy. But in reality, like, it's not trying to go down, it's literally going up.
Well,
and that's the difference. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, it's about how much support something is given. Like buoyancy offers a support. Let's just say, like if the real moment now fills up with water and replaces the air, I'm going to float up off the ground. So what weight do I have then? I have no weight. If I'm not even touching the ground, that means I don't have any down enough. You know what I mean? But once the water goes out and it's back to air, I'm going to have a weight on a scale there. So it's weight is only an apparent effect. It's only an effect of how much, or the consequence of how much buoyancy there is. That's all it is.
Right. So it's not the weight comes first and then whatever happens because of it. No, the weight is like extracted or calculate.
Weight is our convention.
It's happened.
Weight is our convention for how stuff that is more dense than the air moves through the air. So that's what we call weight, but it's our convention to begin with. Go on, Adam.
I'm just thinking, this is simplistically, I was thinking about Tony's, because it is similar to Tony's. So fundamentally, the first eureka moment is Archimedes in this, when he's in his bath. That's the principle demonstrated.
Yeah.
just on terms of weight. Now, weight is the convention we use, which is the downward pressure of liquids or solids
In air.
In air. Yeah, in the medium of air. That's the qualifier. I have found another thing, though.
Okay.
You can calculate the specific gravity of air.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you see, because specific gravity it's a concept in of itself. Yeah. Which uses the concept of weight and density to give you a ratio. So let me just see if I can find it. I was just
Yeah, because that's what it is, Adam. It's a ratio. It doesn't matter what the medium. Once you have the density of the medium, then you can use that within the ratio.
Yeah. So I can now give air gravity. There we go. Look, air at a pressure of atmospheric pressure of 1.013 times 10 to the 5 pascals, and 20 C has a density of 1.24 kilograms per meter cube. The specific gravity of the air and the ratio of densities of air to water and water is therefore 1.024 divided by 998.2, which means the specific gravity of atmospheric pressure is 1.03 times 10 to the minus 3. Hasn't got any weight, but
It has
has
buoyancy.
specific gravity.
It would have some vacuum weight, right? If it's in a container.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like the medium just has buoyancy. It depends on how much buoyancy the medium has. And that's why when you remove the medium, cut all mediums, and you end up in a vacuum, that's why objects weigh more. Because the least dense medium we know of is gas. So when you remove the gas, you're left with nothing. So that's why there's a greater weight. Because there is no down, there's only how much up there is. And with air, there's a very, very tiny amount of up, because there's a little tiny amount of buoyancy within that medium, right? But when you remove that, then there's no up, there is only down. If you understand what, there's no up.
So the disequilibrium of the density of the medium and the object becomes maximized. That's what happens.
Okie dokie. Yeah. Right, we're going to move on. We do actually have a video to cover today, so I like to separate the show into about half an hour of 1 or 2 housekeeping questions, followed by a general discussion that will always develop. And then hopefully we cover the video in the second half of the show. So as we're about half an hour into the live show, that's where we're going to do it. So in the live stream chat now, we have the link to the videographer that we're going to cover today. And as is always the case, we would hope that they would respond to us in kind. And as we have shared their video with the limited, although how many people were watching? 75 people. Please share the show. But obviously with our audience going to this particular videographer, which is called TKDR or TKQR. Can't quite see it at this distance. Anyway, this videographer, please let them know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. So I'll do this call to action for a couple of minutes just while people do actually disappear and click on that link and go and let them know that at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me and responded to their video, which is called "Why Do People Believe?" There it is, right in the title. The Earth is flat. Okay, well, there's a misapprehension straight off the bat, but we'll get into that into the thick of the discussion. Fortunately, it's only a relatively small video, so hopefully we will get to cover it in at least 2 hours.
I already have the answer to that video.
Yeah, we'll get into the wrangle-dangle of the belief aspect of it. We did discuss it in the pre-show, right, Brian? And even said that this particular videographer, right off the bat, starts talking about beliefs. But there we go. Please let them know.
Yeah, but I can answer that.
And let me just do the call to action. Please let them know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, and leave them a positive comment so it doesn't immediately get removed. But the idea behind this is that, obviously, if they were to do a response, we would hope that we would receive some algorithmic love from them, that is this channel or any channel that we cover on Flat Earth Debate, where we receive none from YouTube. So we'd hope that they'd put a link to our video where we are sending the love and the views and the likes and the comments from this channel to theirs. Hopefully they'd do the same for us, as YouTube offer us no algorithmic love. So please let them know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. There's a link going by in the comments. Hopefully that's been enough time for me to call to action for Brian to then interject as people come back, and then we'll start on the video. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, why do people believe that the Earth is flat? Because they don't believe some other nonsense.
Because they've stopped believing that they've got a globe beneath their feet.
Yeah, some other nonsense, any nonsense, regardless what it is. They believe that because they don't believe some other nonsense.
We're going to get into
That's
at
the
least the start of the video, so at least played at least a few seconds.
The Earth might be flat. I mean, could it just be surrounded by walls of ice holding the oceans? Could the whole thing be encased in a huge snow globe-like dome and held up by a giant cosmic turtle? Is gravity even real? I just don't understand what the flat earthers believe.
So straight off the bat, we're into what do flat earthers believe? I mean, I have to deal with the tossers in flat earth and what they believe all day long. It's just as irritating as what you believe, love, in a globe. I mean, the main difference being that a lot of the tosh that comes from flat earthers has no real benefit to anybody. I tell a lie. It juxtaposes itself with gravity, which you're also questioning in terms of whether or not it's real or not. I mean, surely you would understand and appreciate that you've got full scientific validity for gravity. Unless you watch the first half of this show, then you'd know unequivocally that you don't. Nevertheless, you've got lots of beliefs. One of them is gravity. We disseminate how Earth is measured flat. And in order to infer you've got a sphere, you must take that flat Earth measurement to infer you've got a sphere. Any comments from the panel? Brian, this is your moment. Oh, no, I think I said it before. Okay, well, I will move on.
Okay, honestly, every time I sit and look at...
Go on, Adam.
So, sadly, this is what we are dealing with. This is what we're moaning about. What do flat earthers believe? Do you see my point? We're here having our objection to the word believe, but I would suggest there's a majority of people that would ascribe to the title of flat earther that do just believe. They don't know yet. They've not got the arguments. They believe in other things like ether as well. There's lots of belief in the fledgling community, which is to our frustration.
Very much so. And amongst the most suppressed of all flat earthers is us. Why? Well, because we're one of the few that actually go through the facts of what's being measured. And when it's being measured flat for a globe, you don't want that to reach the general population. You want them to believe in things. Like this chick believes in things. And it's beneficial to believe in something else if you don't believe in what they tell you to believe, because you're still just a believer. And therefore well and truly under control by one means or another. What's dangerous is knowing the truth. And the truth isn't some notion that some truth seeker has got. No, it's just showing how Earth's measured. Like facts. Like this is how they navigate it, it's flat. Those aren't truth seeker truths. Those are facts of reality. Earth is measured flat.
Out the window of a plane, I see the soft curvature of the Earth, and I wonder...
Wow, she's a bimbo. No, you do not see curvature of Earth from the window of a plane for several reasons. One, the curvature of the Earth only exists in a mathematics that describes it with respect to a surface level that's flat. In other words, to describe an Earth curve below surface level, you first need to measure Earth flat. And it is described that way, surface level, in Earth curve mathematics. Furthermore, your own rhetoric describes the lack or inability to see curvature from an airline altitude. So back in the days when I was a rep flying around the non-sphere Earth as I now know it, I asked myself how high I'd have to go to actually see the curve, knowing full well that I couldn't out of the back of the aeroplane. Because I was well versed with heliocentric rhetoric and how you wouldn't get to see the curve of the Earth, even from the ISS, floating around in a sky vacuum in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. According to Neil deGrasse Tyson, you wouldn't even see the curve of the Earth from there. But you, bimbo, you think you can see it from your commercial airliner? No, you cannot. Number two, the horizon is not Earth curve. You can't have a horizon represented as a horizontal on a sphere Earth. No such beast could exist. Go ahead, whoever that was.
Me and Arwen were going to...
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to go with Arwen first because he's my favourite.
You can't see the curvature from 1 millimeter from this beach ball. That stuff is flat.
Not according to Earth. Well, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I'd have to correct a few things. First of all, I'd like to correct you, Nathan. Not so much you. That's not correct, but something you referenced. Neil deGrasse Tyson said you won't see the curvature of his globe Earth from an airplane. Because you won't, because it's not a globe. he then went on to give you some ad hoc maths and told you you won't see it. And you go, yeah, I won't see the curvature from the airplane because Neil deGrasse Tyson said I won't. He didn't prove that you wouldn't see it. He didn't even show any moving diagram. He just told you that you won't. In reality, you don't, and you don't because it doesn't exist. But this woman, right, just said, I've seen the soft curvature of the Earth from an airplane. No, she has not. She is either making it up on the spot, or she actually just believes. Believes that word again. Believes that she saw it when she never did. Nobody has ever seen this thing because it doesn't exist to be seen.
Right,
that's why Neil deGrasse Tyson says you won't see it from an airplane, then give some ad hoc maths, because he knows it doesn't exist. You can't see it.
Okay, well, let's just clear that up for her.
The Earth is curved because you can't see the curvature at any height.
Okay, she thinks she's showing it on screen now. She thinks this is curvature. This is a horizon. Now, while you think this is bending around a sphere that you're traversing, the pilots are using it to reference horizontal up at the front of the craft. So no, you're defining a horizontal plane of reference with the horizon. That's what it is. To say it curves is utterly absurd by definition. The horizon is not Earth curve. Further to which, we have demonstrated beyond all certitude that it cannot be Earth curvature with the black swan. So 2020 was when we unequivocally debunked the horizon as being claimable as an Earth curve edge limiting your view. It isn't. Furthermore, the definition of horizon doesn't meet the criteria of bending. That's not what a horizon is.
What logic are these flat earthers using? I mean, some
Measurements, specifically. I mean, like D. Rose. Did I just call Daryl D. Rose accidentally?
flat earthers know just enough physics to throw around the vocabulary and a few flashy words here and there, but they don't actually understand enough physics to see.
Excuse me? How dare you tell us that we don't understand by stereotyping, fallacy love? You didn't even understand that you don't see Earth curve even if you're a baller from an aircraft that you're travelling on, but you're telling this audience that you do. But you've got the gall to say that we throw out a few flashy words. What an outrage. Yeah, that's projection from a bimbo that's clearly dumb.
The truth. So here are 5 mind-blowing things that flat earthers don't agree with and how I, and
How
hopefully
do you know I don't agree with it? Well, let's see about that.
you, can disprove them every single time.
Really? Well, we'll see if this smirk gets wiped off your face, love. Let's see how you get on.
Let's get the first one over with, the Coriolis effect.
Oh, this'll be epic. The chances of this bimbo understanding the Coriolis effect are 0. I give her a 1 in 1,000 chance of detailing this correctly and juxtaposing it with an Earth that doesn't turn underneath aircraft. We'll see how she gets on. Go ahead, Brian. Go on, Brian.
Sorry, Nathan. I was just laughing when she said you said, "Oh, here we go." When she said the Coriolis effect. At least she said effect.
Well,
not
it
force.
is your favorite.
No, it's not my favourite. It's my least favourite. I just happen to understand it.
The key to the
I
Coriolis
know,
effect
I'm
lies in
being
the Earth's
sarcastic.
Okay, thank you, Neil.
rotation. Specifically, the Earth's
Sorry, the key to the Coriolis effect is Earth's rotation. Wrong immediately. No, Coriolis effect has absolutely nothing to do with Earth's rotation. Coriolis effect is the description of a non-inertial turning reference frame turning beneath an inertial reference frame to create the illusion of drift as you turn beneath. Nothing to do with Earth. Absolutely wrong immediately. So you 1 in 1,000 chance blown immediately. Oh, you just think you can throw out some big words, do you, bimbo, like Coriolis effect? Yeah, it'd be helpful if you knew what it was. It does not specifically reference Earth, so the key to it is an Earth. If I describe a roundabout and tossing a ball over the top of it, do you think the key to understanding that not actual drift of the ball as you rotate beneath it as Earth? That's not the key to Coriolis, bimbo. You are a bonehead. Don't pretend to be smart when you talk about flat earthers, or you think you're picking away at low-hanging fruit, do you, love? Wrong. This came out 1 day ago, so I am in no doubt that you are Googling your little fingers off to find responses. So you'll find this, won't you, love? You'll find the disdain in someone far smarter than you's voice when they tell you the key to Coriolis is not Earth.
Earth rotates faster
Yeah.
at the equator.
Sorry,
Okay, Brian.
It does say the Coriolis effect is not globe Earth dependent. It's an effect, an optical illusion. It doesn't require Earth to be rotating for us to observe it. It's not. She's obviously doesn't know what she's talking about.
Well, furthermore, Brian,
Are you
the
saying-
effect is not exhibited on Earth. We don't see Coriolis effect on Earth, to the point when we point out that you don't see the effect on screen with Dan hanging out of an helicopter. He, Simon Dan, would completely disagree with you, bimbo. He told me specifically and personally that that would be globe Earth, reference frames, that would be globe Earth, are ruined by showing us how there is no drift. Right, Dan? Maybe you, Dan, who's top of the tree in this bonehead arena of anti-flat Earth, maybe you can get in touch with this blonde number and tell her, no, love, no, we definitely don't see any drift on Earth, so saying the key to Coriolis is drift on Earth. No, definitely not, we don't see any. Those reference frames you'd need have been ruined, according to Simon Dan, who is, let's face it, completely idiotic. And to describe reference frames being ruined would undo the claim that Earth has this effect. That's not key to the effect being Earth, but Earth has this effect. That's non-inertial turning reference frame with the illusion of a ball drifting because you're turning underneath it. That's not got anything to do with Earth. There's no key to that being Earth, love. Meanwhile, Earth doesn't exhibit this effect
Than it does at the poles. So the Earth
Yeah, we
is
don't.
wider.
Sorry, I just want to say, Adam was trying to say something there, I think, as well. Yeah, we don't observe this effect involving the Earth. It's not something we observe involving the Earth. It happens on Earth, but not involving the Earth.
Well, let's just go through that as we've got the two reference frames on screen with Dan, the complete idiot, who has been utterly humiliated me for several years over this subject matter, love, so you were in way over your head. Yeah? When the top of the tree anti-flat Earth is getting humiliated by little old me over his lack of understanding of how Earth is supposed to have two reference frames that he says are ruined, I'll explain them to you. Not Dan, not any of globe Earth rhetoric, because it doesn't involve Earth. This Earth that you think turns doesn't exhibit the effect. What is the effect? Well, let's explain it to you. Here we have a rotating, non-inertial reference frame, a roundabout. And this is going to turn underneath a ball that is travelling straight. To recap, platform turns, ball travels straight. As you observe, the ball which is travelling straight sat on the rotating frame of reference, that would be you as the red dot, moving with the rotating non-inertial turning reference frame. Your view of the ball, which in reality travels straight, is the illusion of it curving. This illusion is called the Coriolis effect. I hope we're all clear that the key is not Earth. Are you clear, love? Are you clear with that? Why is it that you've got millions of subscribers when you're completely and utterly wrong and I'm shoved to the ends of the lists? In fact, I don't even make it on the list anymore if you type my name in.
At our equator.
Wait, she has
So that
beliefs.
makes one rotation.
Say again, Brian?
She has beliefs. That's why she has millions of followers.
Of course, she supports the world suppression narrative of keeping people with beliefs. So she's going to tell us what she believes Coriolis is and tell us all about a globe Earth. Sorry, love, until you mention non-inertial and inertial reference frames, nothing you say has any value.
In one 24-hour period. The equatorial
This is all just your rhetoric and your belief.
regions race at nearly 1,600 kilometers per hour, or 1,000 miles an hour. Near the poles, the Earth rotates at a sluggish 0.00008 kilometers.
These are all baseless assertions, love. Do you know what a baseless assertion is? You're not backing this with anything.
Or 0.00005 miles per hour.
Fascinating. Meanwhile, you've not backed that fact that you've claimed with anything. It is a baseless assertion.
All right, let's pretend you're standing at the equator.
As dangerous as it is, she is going to be tied to those statements that she's just made.
Damn straight she is.
Mm.
No, Nathan. The proof for her claim is the Coriolis effect.
We don't
But
exhibit, Earth doesn't exhibit that effect, Brian.
Yes, but that's the point. This is the thing, the actual only evidence, I don't know if you could even term it as evidence. You can't, because it's not proof. So it's not evidence. The only thing that they claim to be evidence for rotation is that within their paradigm, the stars only appear to rotate, but they're actually stationary. But they appear to rotate because we're rotating. But then, in reality, that's not observed. We observe the stars rotating and the Earth and everything that is not connected to it, with the exception of the stars, with the Earth not drifting underneath these things. Like airplanes, drones, helicopters, etc., footballs. We don't observe the Earth drifting underneath these things.
Well,
so we don't observe these apparent drifts because the Earth's not moving. So her only evidence is for the thing. Go on.
She just made the statement that it is. That's what I said. She's going to be tied. And I don't know why she's picked the poles, and which should be at the pole 0, but then close to the poles and given some very, very, very tiny numbers in miles per hour. It's very interesting you pick the poles to describe this. But I want to see where it goes, because it's the opposite of Matthew Learns, isn't it? He chose to describe at the equator in terms of degrees, didn't he? So it sounded small instead of miles per hour. Now she's gone away from the point where the rim speed will be fast and pick the poles to pick a very low number in her description of Coriolis. Is this just to show why we don't experience the thing that's definitely happening?
Well, let's find out.
You want to throw a ball to your friend in the middle of North America. If you throw that ball in a straight line, it'll appear to land to the right of your friend because he's moving slower and is not caught up to you.
What? No way. So let me get this straight. She's describing the deviation of a ball tossed across continents because Earth turns underneath the ball. So let me get it right, love. If that ball was an aeroplane traveling west, it would have its flight time significantly reduced by this effect then, wouldn't it? Because Earth would turn underneath the aeroplane like you just described it turning underneath the ball. The flight times would be reduced. A drone would drift away from you the moment it hovered in the air. You and the Earth that turned underneath the drone would make it appear that the drone would whiz away at 1,000 miles an hour on the equator. I mean, it wouldn't really be drifting. It would be the Coriolis effect. You turning underneath and the apparent motion of the drone as it disappears away from you 1,000 miles an hour. Not because it moves 1,000 miles an hour. Drones can't fly that fast. But the Earth would be turning underneath it at that rate. And we would notice, wouldn't we? Like you've described in your example, with a ball being deflected because Earth turns underneath. So Earth turns underneath drones, helicopters, hot air balloons, aeroplanes, you, if you jump up and down. That doesn't happen, love. Ever. We do not have this effect. Excellent choice by Paul. I'm going to give credit to the person who provided this video, because seldom do we find that the claimant in the video makes the claim that Earth is turning underneath the ball in line with Coriolis. No. What we normally get is Simon Dan telling us, no drift. Reference frames ruined. But you're in line with the claim that Earth turns underneath aeroplanes, are you, love? No. You see, if that was the case, and Earth turned underneath the ball of this smiling man, then we could take the Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles flight at 4.5 hours, with Earth turning underneath it, to approximately 1.5 hours because Earth's turning underneath it. That doesn't happen. No one travelling from Charlotte to Los Angeles gets an 1.5-hour flight time because Earth turned underneath the flight. I mean, if that did happen, You looking up at that flight and going, check it out, that flight. It looks like it's drifting. And the guy next to you would say, no, it's not really drifting. We are turning underneath the aeroplane, shortening its flight time massively. Yeah, this effect does not happen, love.
This force leads to
Can I ask you a
cyclones.
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why did she use? She said 2 continents, and a person on one continent throwing a ball to a person on another continent.
No,
Is that
she
what
was
she
talking about
said?
in North America, the direction the ball will deviate or appear to deviate due to 2 observers throwing a ball one to the other in a particular direction. So if you're standing, what she's saying is that you're standing 10 feet away from me and you're north, right, directly north, and I'm directly south of you in, I don't know, any part of America, and I throw the ball to you, that when I throw the ball, there will be a deviation, right? An apparent deviation because because we are both rotating underneath the ball. This is what she's actually said. Now, that would mean that every time you throw a ball to your son...
Neil, the claim is simple. She's claiming that if you throw a ball, the Earth rotates underneath. It goes into a second reference frame, and the Earth rotates underneath. Right? That's her claim. She's just made it. She's just exemplified it by saying you got two people. That's her claim. The Earth turns underneath.
Just one correction.
But she hung herself then.
Okay, just one correction, though, for Brian. She didn't use the word apparent. And just as Neil interrupted, she used the word force without the word apparent. So my estimation is she, again, is cobbling her way through what it says on Wiki about Globiolus effect under the heading Coriolis force, and is therefore describing what she thinks is a force. Because as yet, she has not detailed this as an apparent deviation. She has said the ball will deflect. Now she's about to go on to say about what this force is. So I don't think she understands... Well, I know she doesn't. She doesn't understand what Coriolis effect is. That's the illusion of drift where none really occurs. Let's bring Simon Dan and his ruined reference frames up again. Ball goes straight, but looks like it curves because you're sat on a rotating reference frame. So there is no force bending the ball. It's moving straight. It only looks like it. She ain't describing that way, though, is she, Adam? Not yet. But Brian made it seem like she was when he said apparent. No, she hasn't said that.
No, that's the contradiction, though, isn't it? She's invoked force, even though she's described what in her heliocentric model is happening correctly. You throw the ball, and the Earth, because it's rotating, turns underneath. That belief is correct, but then she's gone on to invoke a force. So we'll see why.
I mean, she's been on a plane. Did you get the flight times massively reduced when you travelled west, love? When you were worrying about seeing Earth curve no one else can see through an aeroplane window that we've debunked in 2020. The horizon isn't Earth curve and isn't geometrically usable for any principle that it is practically applied with. That would be establishing horizontal, not bend. But meanwhile, while you were daydreaming out the window about things you can't really see, yeah, were you finding that your flight time was shortened because Earth turned underneath the plane? No?
To your friend in the middle of North America. If you throw that ball in a straight line, it'll appear to land to the right of your friend because he's moving
She did say appear.
slower.
Take it back, love. Take it back.
And is not caught up to you. This force leads to cyclones swirling clockwise in the southern hemisphere and counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere.
No. You see, it makes it worse with that following statement when you say apparent. You see, the ball travels straight. Let's bring Simon Dan, the complete bonehead, on screen again. The ball moves straight. And seems, you said apparent. Now, one would estimate that you understood what that word meant when you used it. But then when you use the word apparent, that would be seeming to curve, but not really curving. That's moving straight. You then went on to say how that force moves cyclones. Now, that would be apparent drift of the cyclone. No, they're actually turning, love. Seems you don't know the difference between apparent, that's not actual drift. This ball isn't really curving. That's apparent deviation. It looks like it. You see it drifting and curving, but in reality, it isn't. Not actual drift. Isn't the force of cyclones. What is it about blondes? You're just thick. You're just too stupid to realise what apparent actually means. Oh, it's my bad. She likes using these big, clever words, doesn't she? Seemed really big and smart and intelligent when you said apparent. Only to go on to describe actual rotation. Oh, my God. Don't use words you don't understand, love. You're just going to humiliate yourself. Go on, whoever.
Sorry, unless she actually thinks that the claimed turn of a hurricane is only apparent because she's rotating underneath.
Phrase that as a question. All right.
To you, Nathan, is it?
No, to her. As in, you go ahead, Brian. You take it.
Yeah. Do you actually think that the claimed rotation of a hurricane is only an apparent thing? That it's not claimed to actually rotate?
Let me paraphrase that. Do you think hurricanes are actually travelling in a straight line and only apparently deviating because of Earth turning underneath? Is that what you think, love? Is that's what your big words made it seem like you think? Very stupid, though. No wonder we need censorship. No wonder we need shoving to the bottom of the lists. No wonder very few people actually respond to us with a link to Nathan Oakley's video when we send people their way to let them know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a nice little comment that lets them know a day after they've made their video that we have actually responded to them. And we hope and pray that these people would actually put a link to our video when they thank us for explaining that, yeah, actual spin directions of hurricanes and whirlwinds, they're actual. As opposed to the word that you used, big though it wasn't, 2 seconds earlier, that would be apparent. You think these spin directions are illusions, love? It's obvious that you don't understand what Coriolis effect is. But you'll be promoted for it because you prop up the beliefs of others in a sphere Earth you made the claim of by baseless assertion.
Though the direction of wind, it also impacts ocean currents.
Are ocean currents apparent now also, love? You about to tell us about those apparent ocean current directions?
So, long-range military snipers even have to make an allowance for deflection caused by the Coriolis effect.
So, sniper shoots the bullet in a straight line, and according to the Globe Earth claim, Earth turns underneath the bullet. An apparent deflection that they would account for. So if Earth turns underneath sniper fire, then Earth turns underneath aeroplanes and helicopters and hot air balloons. And a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles would only take an hour and a half. That doesn't happen, love. This is absurd. Earth isn't turning underneath anything. Just ask Simon Dan. He'll infer that they're my reference frames that are ruined when he shows there is no drift. They're not. They're Globe Earth reference frames that are ruined when we point out this effect doesn't happen. But you're under the deluded blonde misapprehension that it does turn underneath gunfire, shortening flight times massively. We'd notice.
And if the Earth was one big flat pancake, the Coriolis effect just wouldn't even exist.
Really? So when Wikipedia shows the example of Coriolis effect quite specifically with a big fat flat pancake, you're so blonde and dumb that you don't realise that that is specifically how it's described with a rotating reference frame on a flat pancake? That's what it is in the wiki gif that shows it you happening. But you're telling me it won't work on a flat pancake? My God, you're stupid. My God, you are unbelievably thick. Did you think you were using big smart words there, love? Did you think this was clever? Yeah, just go to Wikipedia and type in Coriolis force. Look on the right-hand side and you'll see this. 2 pancakes. So what's that you say? It's not possible on a pancake. Why do Wiki do pancake gifs with it then? Are you insane or just incredibly stupid? Using some big smart words to make yourself feel better about your globe Earth belief while you delude millions with your blonde stupidity. That's what you're doing.
There's your thumbnail there, Nathan, by the way. The pancake picture. But see, remember her first definition. She didn't define Coriolis. The prerequisite for Coriolis was a ball spinning in space. That's what Coriolis is. Yeah, that's how a level of research. The first thing that defined it was what you needed a ball Earth, didn't you? Not what the definition of Coriolis is.
Yeah, she hasn't got the slightest idea what Coriolis really is, because she's just literally alluded to it's not possible in the most simplistic form, which is describe it with a two-dimensional rotating circular platform. I mean, you could call that a pancake if you're a blonde. Non-inertial turning reference frame, most simplistically described with a circular disc. What the bloody hell are you babbling on about? Why does YouTube promote this misinformation? Why has this been put out to 12 million people? It's misinformation. It's wrong. She is fundamentally stupid. Why is this promoted? Why are we suppressed when we correct idiots on what Coriolis is? And she goes around telling you that the key is globe Earth. No, it bloody isn't. Utterly stupid on every single level. I can't even find my own live stream because I don't appear when I search my own name. I've got a live stream running right now and I can't even find myself to clip this as a thumbnail. Yeah. So why am I suppressed? Well, this twat gets promoted out the wazoo by YouTube to tell people that you can't describe non-inertial reference frames with a disc akin to a pancake. Yeah, you can. Anything else? Anybody?
It's the hearing that's the confusing thing. So she's constantly describing it in relation to the Earth. She's citing things that don't happen, but she believes happen, like snipers, the ball traveling, all things that would constitute it. Yeah, I mean, I hope she's going to get to aeroplanes and have an excuse, or is she just going to completely ignore aeroplanes and just stick with the fact that the mythology of snipers?
Well, she's just on another level to Rachie. What this will get is a whole bunch of idiot simps going, yeah, she's got to be right.
The second reason flat earthers are wrong involves me, Aristotle, this basketball, and a boat. I have a boat, I have a basketball, and I am now Aristotle. Don't come for me in the comments. I know the world is not a perfect sphere. It's more.
We are off Coriolis. That's Coriolis covered and proof we're on a rotating ball because it wouldn't work on a pancake. Is that was the end, number 2.
Yep, that's it. Moving on. Coriolis done.
Coriolis done.
More oblong. Aristotle learned that when the boat at sea sailed out beyond the horizon, the boat didn't just become
beyond the horizon. So we're going to be talking about the horizon, okay?
Smaller like it would if the Earth was flat.
All right, hashtag shit shrinks. Yeah, stuff does get smaller. You've just demonstrated it.
The boat would actually disappear from the bottom first,
Really? What about angular limitations?
leaving the mast or the flag as the last visible part.
Yeah, this has maths that goes along with it, love. If the Earth was a sphere, like this basketball, with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to the horizon, which you're claiming blocks the bottom of this boat with its curved nature, could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in your begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve maths, that asserts there is a Earth curve edge below surface level, which is flat. If that was the case, then the distance demonstrated in the imagery we call the black swan, with oil rigs demarcating the distance which the horizon is beyond, should be at about 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height. Well, the distance to the horizon's beyond 10 miles, which can only be surmised as the Earth is not a sphere and the horizon is not Earth curve. We debunked Earth curve edge horizons in 2020, but you're going to appeal to it like boats go over it. Meanwhile, back in your plane, they're referencing it to keep the plane level. Be the horizon, not a bend.
And this can only happen.
Want to attack the fake demonstration she just gave with the basketball on the table. We've all seen that a number of times before. And as you mentioned, the reason things disappear is limitation to the deck. Look, if you want to rewind it, just go back to that little screenshot. You'll see there is no limitation to the deck in the way she set it up. So you can see the boat travel all the length of the table because you can see the end of the table, past the end of the table and into the kitchen because of the angle. If she was to bring that camera down to eye height, to the height of the boat, she would then get the effect of bottom-up disappearance due to a limited angle and resolution. But she sets up a false little demonstration there. By keeping the camera up high, you don't limit the angle. There's still sufficient angle to resolve everything.
Yeah, I must correct a few things she's at the saying. One thing I will say, I'll give her props, because she just denied the existence of perspective in reality for her globe belief, right? So she's after denying that things, that angular sizes exist, because that's not part of their globe maths. That's what she did. She's correct. That isn't part of her globe maths. So that's why she said that a boat won't just get smaller, it will actually only disappear over Earth curve. That's what she basically said. Now, what she's talking about there is lateral disappearance, right, from the bottom up. That is only possible, right, that is only possible to happen with an angular resolution limit, a lateral disappearance. If a boat was sailing over a curve, what's going to happen is the bow of the boat will disappear first, right? The mast of a sailboat, the last thing you see of that will be when the very tip of it is still visible over the back of the boat, the stern, right? So the last thing you're going to actually see is the stern of the boat. You won't see a lateral disappearance from the bottom up. That's only possible with angular resolution limit, which is what we actually see. We see a lateral disappearance, a horizontal lateral disappearance from the bottom of the boat up to it. That's what we see. We don't see the disappearance of the bow and then the gradual disappearance of the mast. And the last thing we see then is the stern. That's not what we don't observe that. If the last thing we observe is the top of the mast at a distance, then that's the angular resolution limit. She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. Go on.
Yeah, but of course, fundamentally, if she's going to make that claim, she is claiming that the horizon is Earth curve, and of which we can just say to her, black swan.
Yeah, black swan. If the Earth was a sphere, radius 3959, every distance to horizon could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The distance to the horizon in the black swan images is beyond the geometric limitations laid down at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, the horizon is not Earth curve. The Earth is not a sphere. Earth is measured flat.
Happen if there's a curvature or if the boat was disappearing down a curve. But the Earth's atmosphere is capable of playing funny tricks on our eyes. So with different ways...
Atmo what now? Sphere-shaped air? Air doesn't take the shape of a sphere.
Of the air bending the light in different and interesting directions.
No, it does not. In order to have this transition, you need two different mediums to traverse to have what is implied with terrestrial refraction, which is what you're appealing to without realizing it, as opposed to Snell's law. Well, that is not what you have with just air. That doesn't do that.
This phenomenon is a side effect of the Earth's curvature, and this isn't...
No. It's a side effect of the Earth's radial value when employed in 7/6 in standard form terrestrial refraction. And that requires an R value that's been taken with respect to a flat plane. You don't get your radial value to infer 7/6 thereof in standard form terrestrial refraction and then say this is just the air doing it. No, it isn't. It's a mathematical value for your sphere Earth when you say it's in relation to a curve, as you just did. No, it is not. That's terrestrial refraction, love. You'll need an R value for that mathematical inference in your begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking, earth curve mathematics, which inadvertently, or unbeknownst to you, you are appealing to when you say the bending light is with respect to Earth's curvature. That's terrestrial refraction, love. Something you obviously wouldn't understand.
Isn't a surefire guarantee.
Yeah, it's actually. Sorry, Nathan.
No,
it's actually not a. It's not an effect of Earth's curvature. What she's actually detailing is the effect of her saying it due to her beliefs in Earth curvature. That's the actual effect. It's a human effect.
She can have a curve there. What she's trying to invoke, and the word she's used is refraction. She's then taken that and invoked terrestrial refraction to imply that that's what happens in an atmosphere. In the term refraction, there was a prerequisite of requirement of two media. The change as you transition from one media to the other. There is no media. A graduated same substance is not two media. You're trying to invoke something that contradicts the definition. You cannot invoke refraction, be it terrestrial or any other type, to have the effect that you're supposing. And then I would add the criticism that you're invoking it with 7/6R. But she's using big words again that clearly she doesn't know the true meaning of. She's using refraction here, and probably should look up the actual definition and what's actually required to invoke refraction
Of our planet's curvature, but it is a very good start, which is something that flat earthers tend to argue. And this is going to bring me to my...
Wait, flat earthers don't argue this. You, the globe-believing Muppet, are arguing this. For your globe earth, there was no flat earth claim in that. What are you babbling about? Is it just an attempt to reverse the burden for your crappy claim that you don't understand yourself? To say that flat earthers argue this? So what, put the onus on us to argue back? No, we can do that. We just did, with an exemplary understanding you failed to exhibit. Meanwhile, this is not our claim, love. It's yours.
Third point.
Nathan, the problem is she might be referring to flat earth believers. It's not a claim of flat earth knowers. It might be a claim, though. There might be some bozo flat earth believers that make claims, the claims she's referencing to. Do you know what I mean?
No. Stop. The video's about what flat earthers believe. This is point 2 on what flat earthers believe. And point 2 is very specifically about terrestrial refraction being based on Earth curve. And she said this is what flat earthers argue. Absolute outrage and utterly stupid when you take it at face value, because why in unholy hell would any flat earther be arguing for a curved Earth with terrestrial refraction? It's just nonsense.
It's not. This point was her apologetics for why we see too far, wasn't it?
Maybe, but that's nothing to do with me and flat Earth. That's got sod all to do with us.
No, it hasn't, and that's the point. She's not addressed that. All she's done is provide apologetics for the ball, not addressed anything, just given us a very succinct, in her view, summary of why we see too far. We see this far, we have a limitation of this, but we know we see past it, and that's because of terrestrial refraction. End of, move on, next thing.
Why do I believe the horizon is a hill getting in the way? Not why do people believe the Earth is flat, which is what her video's titled. So does she not even understand how to title a video correctly? Because as opposed to why do people believe the Earth is flat, it's why do I believe a hill gets in the way of boats?
And our third argument. So we can't use the horizon for complete evidence. We can actually look up.
No, you can't. We debunked it. The horizon's not Earth curve.
Different stars are visible from different parts of the Earth in two very peculiar ways. First, there's the division between the northern and southern hemisphere.
Nathan.
So you can...
Yeah, go ahead.
No, more specifically, she's right. We can use the horizon as the absolute debunk of the globe. That's what it debunks. That's what the Black Swan debunks. It debunks the existence of any global geometry.
Right, she's about to launch into northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere, both of which are conceptual descriptions derived from a flat plane. So when she says northern hemisphere, she's talking about the equatorial boundary, that's given to her by measuring the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris on a flat plane. That's where she gets these terms from. Now, what she's then done is sandwich them. Again, this is way beyond her comprehension. She's just regurgitating her Wikipedia search that she did the day before she made this video. Meanwhile, the actual conceptual idea of having a southern hemisphere is taking two flat planes and sandwiching them antipodal from one another. Each flat plane has a hemispherical view of the stars from a polar-centric positioning system. The minimum elevation angle measurement giving you your equatorial plane. That's just two flat planes sandwiched on top of each other. She doesn't know that, but that's what she's about to launch into. Everything from this point forth will be based on descriptions that have come from a flat plane, the equatorial plane. And the stars that she's about to describe will be described spherically because she'll be describing what? What's she actually going to start describing with the spherical view of the stars? Is it the globe?
I'm thinking rotations, opposite rotation.
Of the stars? Well, what are they referenced
It's going to
to?
go, when you look north, they rotate this way, and you look... That's my guess.
No, I'm not asking you to guess where she's going with a crappy argument. I'm saying, what's the system that has been devised to give us a description over the equatorial plane? What are the dome of the heavens described as? Just trying to hint to you. So you
the celestial dome. She's going to be describing the celestial dome, which
Perfect.
is a personal dome of perspective.
Precisely. The dome of perspective that she's just decried in her last declaration about a physical geometric obstruction that excludes perspective in her begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator that asserts there is a hill blocking your view below the surface level in the maths, surface level being flat. Now, in this description, she's got the same surface level, but described from the equatorial plane with Brian, one more time, and then I'll shout out a super chat.
Which are looking at your personal perspective dome of the sky.
Well, what's that described as with respect to the equatorial plane?
What's that described as? As in, what do you mean?
The celestial sphere.
The celestial sphere, yeah.
Right. So when
they hijack and make into their globe.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to hope you would do while I queued up the super chat, but you didn't. But we got there in the end. Okay, right. A quick shout out to... I can't see it on my screen. Drummer Snare. Oh, great name. Love it. He just gives me a thumbs up and some money. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. Yeah, you're going to need a flat earth for this, love. You don't know it. We do.
You can see Polaris, the star directly above.
Oh, go ahead.
Realise that they're not commensurate. So celestial spheres, when you get them, they're not the same. You can't take one celestial sphere that applies in India and use it in Britain. They're not. It's not the heavens wrapped around a ball. It's the personal dome of that location. So each celestial sphere isn't the same. Different. You have to have different celestial spheres for different locations. They're not commensurate with each other. i.e., that it's not one. You've got loads of domes, and they don't just all encompass one spherical mass. You've just got loads of domes on flat areas that you can piece together, which would make it wouldn't make a dome, I don't think. Yeah, because each one is a personal thing, and that's exemplified by the Indian ones are the best. The Mughal ones that have to be specifically calculated and tailored to each geographic location.
Above Earth's north geographic pole, quite easily in northern latitudes. But if you travel south, approaching the equator, Polaris sinks lower.
Sorry, equator and latitude. Anybody want to help me out with where those ideas have come from?
Flat plane.
Yeah, they're flat. They're the latitude and longitude grid, and what they call the equator, which is part of the latitude and longitude grid, is measured off of flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. That's where the globe then is mathematically back engineered off of those measurements.
So what she thinks is a globe Earth argument based on what we observe with respect to Polaris has been described in her example with latitude and equatorial values. Yeah, we just covered this, love, with the equatorial plane. Yeah, this is going to be some of those big words again that you've used and don't understand. All of this is measured off a flat plane. So all of your examples, in order to describe them with a back-engineered globe that came from them, were with respect to a flat plane. This latitude system is requiring a flat plane to use it. So why on earth would she put this forth as something that isn't proving a flat Earth, or question why people would believe Earth's flat, when her examples require it to be flat?
And lower towards the horizon. And
sorry, towards the horizon? What, that's curving? Yeah, when you say towards the horizon, that would mean that you use the horizon to establish a horizontal plane of reference to describe the angle from. So the horizon in this example is establishing a horizontal plane of reference then, love. That's a flat Earth to describe this angular relationship with respect to the horizon, which gives you a horizontal plane of reference to describe the angle. Only possible with a flat Earth. Are you dumb? Why are you offering this up like you should question why people believe Earth is flat? They don't. In a way, it's the right question. Why would anybody believe Earth is flat when you're showing them how it's measured flat? Aren't you, love? You can only get a horizontal plane of reference, that's an angle with respect to the horizon, if you're standing on a plane with the horizon referencing it. So that horizon's not falling away from you at 8 inches per mile squared below surface level to block the view of a boat if it's simultaneously being described with respect to a plane and the angle to Polaris. Angles are two straight lines. One goes out towards the horizon, that's flat, a flat Earth referencing the horizon. So you can get an angle to this star, love. It could only be flat to make this example. How embarrassing. Did you not appreciate that? Oh no, you just used another big word, latitude. An equator. Like you thought you knew what it meant. You thought it meant the outside edge of a ball. No, love, no, it's the minimum elevation angle off a flat plane with reference to the horizon, to Polaris. To give you a system of concentric circles you call latitude lines. Measured off a flat Earth. So maybe I'll ask you why on earth you'd believe you're on a sphere when you seem to make a lot of flat Earth examples that unequivocally require Earth to be flat. Question for you. Why do you believe the Earth's a sphere? Seems stupid to me. But that's what happens when you point these things out and how Earth is unequivocally measured flat, even in your own examples. Like me, you get shoved to the bottom of the lists, while tossers like you get 12 million subscribers. Because you talk shit that you haven't researched and don't understand. So popularity coming your way. And I'll help you with that, love. In spite of my utter disdain for your total garbage you don't understand, I'm still going to send my very limited audience your way to let you know that at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, with the algorithmic love that you obviously desire when you make these videos, understanding absolutely nothing above what you talk. But there's the link for all of you watching, 100 people plus watching the live stream right now, that I am sending this bimbo's way to let her know she hasn't got the vaguest idea what she is babbling about when she talks about angles to stars with reference to the horizon giving her a flat plane. We all clear in the audience? Do we all understand what's going on? She's using a flat plane and getting an angle from the horizon to describe this, what, globe proof? You having me on?
Once you've crossed that boundary, you can't see it.
Just for that lady, all celestial measurement will be measured not just using angles, but in specific elevation angles. Elevation angles are always, by definition, right angle triangles. and the right angle part of that right angle triangle would be at the GP, which is the geographical position that exists directly beneath, right? Directly beneath, that's a straight line down, the celestial body, right? At that particular time. So that means that the right angle part of that right angle triangle will be at that point. And the horizontal baseline of that right angle triangle will be a measured distance between that GP point and the observer. And that could be hundreds and thousands of miles statute or nautical in distance. And often is. Mostly it is, because we're dealing with the celestials. So the point is that what she's just detailed there, or just tried to use as some kind of evidence, was actually a horizontal measurement, something that is defined as being only a horizontal measurement. Yeah.
Outstanding. What Brian's saying is it's not just the horizon. When you measure this angle, let's say you're out at sea and doing it with a mariner's sextant, you
Elevation
level
angle. Sorry.
this elevation angle. You level your sextant with the horizon, and then you create an angle, as she just detailed, to the star. Okay, so you've got a line to the horizon that is flat, and a line to the star that is straight to give you the angle. Brian's pointing out that that line extends beyond the flat reference plane you created when you leveled your sextant to get this angle. Leveled it, love, leveled. Yeah, with the horizon that you said was falling away. Yeah, it won't be leveling any tools, will it, if it's a curve and falling away below surface level in your maths that blocks boats that we debunked in 2020. Yeah, meanwhile, you're leveling your tool, and beyond that horizon, meeting the star on the ground, as Brian points out, geographical position, ground position, GP, is 90 degrees to your position. And that potentially, if her Polaris example was 1 degree above the horizon, you'd gone 69 nautical miles from the equator towards Polaris, and it's 1 degree above. Well, then you've got tens of thousands of miles beyond the horizon of flat Earth. Because that line, to give you the 1 degree angle of Polaris, is 2 straight lines, one to the star and one to a point below it at 90 degrees to your position, requiring a flat Earth. So again, it raises the question, why do people believe they're on a sphere? Oh, because it's very useful to people who keep them under control. And therefore people like us who point out that their examples of their globe Earth require a flat Earth, we're going to need censoring. So hopefully you've got to let this chick know, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, so were she to respond and say, no, I really do understand that the key to globulus is the globe. No, lovely, you just really are stupid.
All because it's blocked by what? The
But
curvature
Nathan, I
of
just want to be very specific about something. Just before Niels goes, I was very specific in use of the term elevation angle, not just angle, because just an angle is 2 lines meeting at a vertex, right? That's just an angle. An elevation angle is not just 2 lines meeting at a vertex. It is always, by definition, a right angle triangle. Always. And that's not just a normal angle. Thank you.
Yeah. Elevation angles prove Earth is flat because you can have tens of thousands of miles between you and the star with a 90 degree below it. That elevation angle measurement is a flat Earth proof. She's using it in her examples with the stars. And they all do. And the globe is made from them. That would be flat Earth elevation angle measurements to stars.
the Earth. So similarly, as you travel south, new constellations start to appear, ones that would be completely obscured by the Earth's curvature if you're still up north.
Sorry, the Earth's curvature that you use to establish a horizontal plane of reference to get the angle to the stars? That seems contradictory, and is. Go on, whoever's off mute.
The problem is, this bimbo is not keeping up with the flat Earth debate.
And to the 100-odd people that are watching, thank you very much for being here and keeping up to date with the Flat Earth debate. That's the only reason we've got about 100 people watching, because all the people who regularly watch do share the show. But if you happen to have just joined us, please share the show, smash that share button, leave us a like. As you're here, leave a comment once the Villa live stream's finished. You know, help us in the algorithmic love. You are here after all.
So if you live in an especially flat area, you'll be able to see stars down to the horizon, but no farther because obviously the Earth's in your way. But if you travel up, say to the top of a mountain, you'll get a better vantage point and see the stars.
Say, black swan.
That's incorrect, yeah.
This is fundamental to our worldview, isn't it? The horizon is Earth curve. Yeah? But again, Nathan, we're not hearing anything challenging flat earthers. We're just hearing her religious chanting of why it's a ball.
This is what you get when people only get supplied with anti-flat earthers at the top of the flat earth searches. So this is what's happened. She goes, oh, flat earther thing, I'll type it into search engines. So she types it into the YouTube search engine, right? She types in flat earth. Let's do it right now. Why not? Flat earth. And this is what she'll get. She'll get anti-flat earth all day long. She's not going to find me. Am I going to be there? No, of course not. I'm specifically covering the subject matter in the affirmative. Is she getting any flat earth? No, she's getting lots and lots and lots and lots of anti-flat earth. So what does she learn from anti-flat earthers? Well, she learns about the apologetics, doesn't she? So when it comes to spouting what flat earthers think, she spouts what anti-flat earthers say. Because that's what she's found when she's researched
surrounded by walls of ice.
She's found anti-flat earther rhetoric, and she thinks that that's what flat earthers say. Because she is, let's face it, a surface dweller. She's lapped up what's come back from the first result she's typed into a search engine, and that's now what she thinks represents flat earth. That was the entire point of shoving us to the bottom of the lists. So when someone comes to research the subject, they don't come here, they come to Scientism. So they go, right, so the old flat earth, anti-flat earth thing in reality, but when someone's searching it, the flat earth thing is people don't understand that we've got globiolis. That's what they think flat earth is. That's what they found when they've searched. They haven't found flat earth, they found anti-flat earth. Exactly as they intended. So this is the result. This is what you get. Complete idiocy from bimbos when they've been listening to Scientism.
Curvature of the Earth.
Sorry, Nathan. I just want to correct her on something there. She said, if you're living in a flat, now that was a stupid statement, a really flat place on her sphere, you will see the stars going down to the horizon. But then she said, but the curve of the Earth will get in the way. But if you go up to a really high place, like the top of a mountain, I think she could have even said Everest, then you would see the stars further on or some nonsense like that. It's like, no, you won't. Once you see a star appearing to get close to your horizon, it doesn't matter if you go directly at that moment 5 miles straight up in the air, that star won't rise up above that horizon.
That's a bloody good point. Good point. And it was Adam that first pointed this out in terms of his expression of not disbelief, but the admiration of the majesty of the heavens in that regard. If you're on an aeroplane and you take a sextant reading with a bubble sextant, so you haven't got a horizon, you just use the bubble in it and you establish a horizontal plane of reference that way, and then you measure the angle to the star. When you infer, because you've got a parallel line to the ground, that you've got a 90-degree position parallel with your position, or 90 degrees, to your position in the plane, that makes no difference how high you are. So the principle of celestial navigation, when you draw out a horizontal plane of reference and have the star and its GP 90 degrees to your position, that is still directly below on the ground, identical to your position in the sky. So when she said, I only have, or I infer, that the globe Earth horizon gets in the way and blocks your view of the stars, but if I go up a mountain, I'll get the star to come back, like they say happens with the sun. Wrong. That does not happen. As you raise in elevation, the principles of celestial navigation remain true. And the angles noted down that you would acquire and then reference in the almanac do not change with altitude. So no, you don't get a extended view beyond the Earth curve horizon you thought blocked your view of them, but you'd think you would, and you've just told us you expect them to, but they don't. Now, I'm not professing to understand the majesty of the sky, but I do know that the angle measurement taken regardless of altitude will remain the same, contrary to your inference that as you raise in altitude, you get to see over the hill and see more stars. No, you do not. Kudos, Brian. That was epic. Good catch.
Yep.
Well,
The
could I
celest-
just
Can I
add?
say something?
Go on, Arwen. I'll go on, Arwen.
It's a brilliant discovery that the celestial sphere, whatever it is, rises with you and sinks too. By the way, it would sink just as much.
Yeah.
If you go down.
But the point is, the horizontal plane of reference with respect to ground positioning is the same, parallel to, in the sky. So it doesn't matter if your aeroplane's using the almanac, it uses the same angle of measurement to the same star at 20, 30, 40,000 feet or higher if they're doing spying or whatever. They can still use the stars in the exact same way, and everything that they take 90 degree to their position is parallel to the ground. Well, number one, it couldn't be parallel to anything if there was a sphere below you. That immediately craps all over the idea of having a sphere Earth beneath you, because if you're going to do celestial navigation, infer that 90 degrees to your position in the air is parallel to the ground. Yeah, you're going to need a flat Earth for that.
Yeah. What I would like, if you permit me a moment, to pull apart where their beliefs come from. See, they believe within their paradigm several things, like the basic baller, like her. She believes the horizon is a physical place that you can sail over, number one. Number two, she believes that the sun, right, is something that she orbits around on a rotating globe. Number three, she believes that that sun is a star. That's her closest local star. So that then, when she sees that sun, which she believes is a physical object, appear in her mind, because she was told to go down behind the physical horizon, right? That's not happening. What's actually happening is that that the horizon is not a physical geometric location; it's an optical phenomenon. And when you see the sun appearing at that horizon, you're not seeing the sun. You're seeing officially at sunrise and sunset what's known as the sun mirage. You're never actually seeing the sun, right? Which is why you often see the sun appear melty at the horizon and doing weird stuff, because it's not the sun you're seeing; it's a mirage of the sun. That's why the sun can appear to be to be even bigger or closer to you in the evening when it's not. It's when technically it's actually moved away from you. But the point is that within. Hang on 1 second. Let me finish. This is important. This prerequisite is important, or preamble is important. What's important is she then believes that that's a star that is a physical thing that is going down behind the physical horizon, and she then believes that the other stars are just the same kind of thing, just further away, or bigger, or smaller, but further. And that's why she thinks she could go up the mountain and see those same stars, down more stars, and the same one she did see, back up above the horizon when she goes to the top of the mountain. No, that only happens with the sun, because the sun is never actually meeting a physical horizon. There is no physical sun officially meeting a physical horizon. There is the meeting of two optical phenomena, which is why Neil deGrasse Tyson can go up to the top of the Burj du Bois and see a second sunset, because he's never actually seeing the sunset. He's seeing an optical phenomena officially. That's what he's seeing. So when she goes to the top of the mountain, she won't see the stars come back over the horizon. That will never happen. The same star that appeared to go to the horizon or get close to it when she was at sea level is the same exact star that her friend is seeing appear to be at the horizon. That her friend is on Mount Everest 5 miles up. It doesn't matter. So it all comes back to what they believe. Their paradigm told them. Their paradigm told them these things were physical. Their paradigm told them this was happening. So they pre-assume, well, that's a star in my paradigm, so these other lights are also stars in my paradigm. That means when I go to the top of the mountain, these other stars will do the same thing as I believe this thing that I think is a star and was told is a star is doing. No, none of that is happening. You have it all completely wrong. It's all wrong. All of it. Finished. Thanks, Darwin.
I agree.
Being high up, this brings me to point number 4. On spherical Earth, the swirling molten metal surrounding our iron core generates electrical currents that turn and create our protective magnetic field, which...
What?
Baseless assertion. Baseless assertion number 2.
That's also novel, is it not?
Novel?
It's now an electromagnet. It's not a ferromagnet. It's just made it separate.
We'll get into debunking the molten iron core in a minute. We'll see what she says.
Curves around the planet from one pole to another. and this is according to NASA. And this magnetic field is incredibly important because it literally protects us from solar wind. If you don't know what solar wind is,
it's made up. It's in your rhetoric of orbital motion and suns that are massive distances away, 93 million mile distances and 7-second light traversion of, this. What are you talking about? This is all completely made up nonsense in pseudo geometry when you're talking about these distances.
it's
But
deadly.
Nathan, solar wind from the sun in space.
Yeah, I heard her.
On a flat Earth without a solid core generating magnetic field that's a
What? Now she's into false dichotomy with a flat Earth that's got a molten iron core. Yeah, this is where we step in. Okay, there is no evidence whatsoever of a molten iron core. None. And
There is.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'd all be dead, wouldn't she? We're on the death cell now. We'd all be dead. Yeah, that's the proof that there's the molten iron core, because if we didn't have a molten iron core making a protective electromagnetic field, then solar wind would just irradiate us all. We're not irradiated, therefore there must be a molten electromagnetic core.
Fine. So an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy based on a baseless assertion that has the death cell incorporated. If we didn't have the protective layer provided by the molten iron core, I assume, then the solar radiation, I assume, in an orbital motion would get us. It's not getting us. Therefore, both solar radiation in a heliocentric model and a Copernican scale, with the distance of light travelled with the solar wind, that's just an affirming the consequent and a baseless assertion. Yes.
Now you believe.
Now I believe. Now I don't. So just
Yeah, something that exists within her belief is a debunk of a flat Earth, because we have no way to defend against something that only exists within her belief.
Yeah. How do you stop solar wind, Brian?
Exactly, yeah.
Right.
I'm going to get this out.
How does your Earth stop solar wind?
Religion.
Yeah.
How does your globe stop unicorn farts reaching us?
But again, it's not a flat Earth debunk. It's a globe Earth support. Has to be a globe because of this. There's no.
This tells me? It tells me they've done such a good job of suppressing us that literally she has not even seen a flat earther in their opinion when she's made this video. She has only seen anti-flat earth, which is what you get when you search flat earth, as I just demonstrated when I searched it.
protective layer.
What is solar wind? I want to know. Is it like the gas pressure, like actual wind, or is it light and they just call it wind? Like, I don't even understand what solar wind's supposed to be physically at this point.
It's the thing that Count Dooku's ship uses to fly across the galaxy.
And indeed, in Armageddon, they postulated that they could use a mylar sail to catch the solar wind to deflect the projectile coming towards Earth. Man,
Oh yeah,
don't you know anything?
I forgot that.
The magnetosphere, it would cease to exist.
Magneto, what now?
And so would the auroras, also called the northern lights. These sky shows form when charged particles from the sun bump into oxygen and nitrogen molecules in the magnetosphere.
That true?
Nathan?
As proven by what? Do we know that's
Nathan,
true? Oh, go on, whoever it is.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, like, normally it's like atmosphere, sphere-shaped area, say, but I mean, magnetic fields do actually take spherical shape in this
I
case.
appreciate that. But when you ascribe Earth's magnetic core to the spherical shape of magnetic fields and then say it is what causes the northern lights, I'm going to take issue with it based on your spherical assumptions of a spherical magnetic core producing this stuff. Furthermore, in terms of what causes the northern lights, is that actually established?
No, they haven't got a clue. It's all a lot of rubbish that they all pre-assume based off of their beliefs. No, they have a clue what causes that.
Right. They have suspicions, lots of suspicions, and supposed research, but yeah, I've never really had a truly satisfactory miniature demonstration of what that effect could be. So,
Where they
Sounds
release
like a
energy
religion
in the form
class.
of incredible
It doesn't. I just haven't had anything flat Earth to respond to. which frustrates me because it affirms what I already knew. Right, we aren't in the lists. We aren't being found. Even if you appreciate, well, hang on a second, I'm not actually responding to any flat Earth claims. Well, she doesn't. I mean, God, why would I expect the general populace, regardless of their popularity on YouTube, to recognise that if you look for cow digestion and come across nothing but why you shouldn't give cows X, and then you respond to what the reasoning behind not giving cows a certain thing is, when you were originally searching for cow digestion, she hasn't recognised that. There's nothing she's got to offer is anything to do with flat Earth because she's never seen it. We're not getting seen. They're searching for us, but they're not finding us. They're finding Dan.
Incredible.
That's the problem.
Well, I mean, it's not a problem for the people keeping these dumbos under control, is it? I mean, why do you see it as a problem? I feel relieved. I'm no longer subject to this, am I? I can respond to it with disdain, but I'm no longer subject to it.
No, it's a problem for them, and that's why this sounds like a religious class. She's just spewing out rhetoric.
Yep.
Light shows. Even so, the absence of auroras would be the least of our worries, as the Earth would no longer be protected from these deadly solar winds.
Okay.
Earth and everything on its surface would be bombarded with harmful solar radiation, leaving our world looking a lot like our neighbor, Mars.
Hey, Nathan. All this solar wind danger talk sounds like a bunch of hot air to me.
It's just
Adam
Adam already identified it as the death cell. If you want to elaborate on that, you feel free, Arwin. Or
No,
not.
you're selling the doom, right? That's the death cell, but you didn't hear my pun, of course. Hot air and solar wind.
I distracted from the pun so that we're digesting the audience's. Go ahead, Adam.
Okay, sorry I ruined it.
No, it's just reiteration of that point. That's and again, and the consequent formological fallacy with it again. Same thing. It must be there, otherwise we'd all be dead.
If Earth has a molten iron core, then we'll be protected from these deadly solar winds. We are protected from the deadly solar winds by the molten iron core. So yeah, FP then QQ.
Therefore, proof. Mars doesn't have a molten iron core, doesn't have a field, and there, look at it. It's a light in the sky. I mean, it's a barren, rocky, red planet.
But wait, don't we do the same thing with gas pressure?
Let's get onto that. Okay, so these are all. Let's just debunk these pictures. She thinks these have come from the light in the sky known as Mars. However, in order to traverse the surface of Earth into a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum to visit Mars would mean that we would have no gas to breathe on Earth. Because if rockets can take tin cans to a light in the sky, then all the gas at high pressure that we enjoy breathing can also vacate into that same area of space. Now you say, well, outrageous. No, on the contrary, it's a law of nature. It's known as the second law of thermodynamics, described by dispersion in this instance. Gas disperses into space. That's what it does. So the gas we breathe would immediately vacate into the area of volume that the trip claimed to be dropping off this little tin can you think is on Mars. So the soil, all this soil that you're seeing on screen, you think that's in the sky. You think this soil is in the sky. I think you're insane. I think globe belief is utterly ridiculous. They believe what's on screen now is in the sky. Okay.
Got one more.
One other thing I must add, where all winds are solar winds, because the sun is the main cause of weather. The sun gives us changing temperature. The fact that we have a sun and we are also contained, we have temperature and gas pressure.
There's a better term.
That's
QE coined this. Maybe he did. I don't know. He said it. The sun is the biggest entropy generator, which is what you're describing. What's another set of words that are used to describe entropy?
thermodynamics.
Second law of thermodynamics, dispersion, entropy. The sun is an entropy generator. That much we can unequivocally describe by what happens when the sun's around. It is that simple. beyond that, we know very little about it. We can describe what it does and what happens when it's around. And what happens is entropy.
It's not actually the sun that is that. It's the thing that's coming out of the sun. What we see as the sun is merely what we can make out of the visual.
Yeah, I said that.
Because we don't know what that is. We don't even know what.
I get that. I didn't say that. I said we are studying its effect, what happens when it's around. I'm not saying that's what it does isn't what it is, and we don't know what it is. We definitely know what it does or what happens as a result of it being around. And I'm carefully phrasing that to avoid you going into that, Arwen, but you have anyway, fine.
Right. I'm just saying that it's the light that's causing the entropy. The sun, well, it's causing the light. And then, yeah, you could argue indirectly that it is the cause of it.
Yeah, in simplistic terms, it's an entropy generator. And when we're describing second law of thermodynamics and how you can't have trips to Mars so that you can, infer that the soil in the pictures they send are in the sky? If the sky isn't full of soil, it's stupid. But nevertheless, that's where she thinks they've gone through a sky vacuum at a set distance given to by Kepler and Huygens. Yeah? Where's the telemetry data for the Mars trip? Give me the telemetry data for Mars trip and I'll prove a flat Earth with it.
Or a little salt to sprinkle in the wound. Let's talk about my favorite thing. Weather. Not hurricanes. We're talking about storms. If gravity is being pulled towards the center of a planetary disk,
right, if gravity is pulled to the center of a disk, so this is 2011 Vsauce. Gravity's not a force. Why would it be pulling anything to anything if it's not a force? It's a bent fourth D space-time. Where's the fourth dimension in this depiction? Does she not know what gravity is?
She's invoking a straw man, isn't she? Gravity on a flat disk. Well, by its very definition, you can't do that, can you? Because that is why it's a ball. That's why they keep it a ball. The invented gravity in the description was to pull to center of mass. So now she's trying to wrestle or use this contradiction to disprove flat Earth. The paradigm of gravity disproves flat Earth, something she's yet to prove. But it's this bastardization of the two now that's going to disprove flat Earth, because fundamentally gravity is true. Therefore, it wouldn't form flat. This would seem the premise of the argument.
She's taking it straight from Vsauce.
Which in this case would be the North Pole, precipitation would also gravitate towards that spot. And this is because
precipitation would also gravitate towards the spot. Sounds like she's just using some big words that she probably doesn't understand.
Precipitation falls to the Earth due to gravity. And
really? So what you're suggesting is the rain comes down because of gravity. Is that what she's saying? So
she's implying that the center of gravity on a flat Earth would be the dot in the middle of the disk. Therefore, rain would diagonally pull from the edges of the disk towards the center as it fell. I think is the bullshit straw man.
Okay, I mean, gravity's not my flat Earth bullshit. So she's talking about gravity regardless of her straw man explanation she stole from Vsauce on a flat plane. But the gravity in her rhetoric is a downward bias. Now, she's saying that the downward bias would be an inward bias on a disk. How many flat earthers are claiming this exactly? What?
But this is more again, as earlier on. It's more the same as, in my belief, this thing happens. So explain that on your flat earth. That's what it is. It's like, I have a belief of this thing, and how does this thing that's within my belief work within the reality that you're trying to describe? It's
gotcha.
like, we don't believe those things.
I believe that Santa's bringing everyone presents. How does that work on a globe? What do you mean? It's just your stupid belief that Santa's real. No, you explain how Santa works on a globe.
Good morning, guys.
Well, that's exactly what this is. How does gravity work on a flat disk?
It's gravity.
Prove gravity.
Well,
it's your claim
is the attraction to the center of mass.
Say again, sorry.
The straw man, isn't it?
Start again. I rumpushed you. Go ahead.
Gravity in this case for the straw man is the attraction to the center of mass. So we now presume a center of mass on the flat disk, which is nonsensical in terms of gravity. But she's defined that nonsensical point and is now going to straw man it further and claim that the force of gravity would mean the rain would have to go sideways more and more the further you move out from that center point, because it's gravity that's pulling precipitation. Big word, nice one. What's up with rained up? Come on, that actually makes you sound stupid. But
how did the rain get up there in the first place?
I was coming to that, Chocolate. Let Adam finish. You can have that moment, though.
diagonally.
You can have that after.
There.
Go on, Adam.
It went up diagonally. Yeah.
Adam's just stole your thunder. Yeah, how does the rain go up in this nonsense? With a downward bias forced to the centre of the Earth, so all the mass is going to move towards that point. How did it go up in the first place then? Oh, it went up diagonally, did it, in this bullshit straw man? That you stole from Vsauce and rearranged slightly.
Will therefore fall towards a point of the strongest gravitational pull. So if we lived on a disk, only the center of the disk would weather behave as we know it on Earth today.
Okay, so if I was to just ignore that as a baseless assertion and straw man that nobody's claiming, I would then take the fact that you have gravity on a ball Earth and ask you, in your ball Earth rhetoric, with gas go down, go boom, boom? No, your gravity force at 9.8 meters per second isn't affecting the gas that goes up to make these clouds. You know, it's like these aren't going down. Well, if we just imagine that we've got a stupid, nonsensical idea of a ball Earth derived from a flat plane measurement below these clouds, how do clouds work on a ball Earth given that you've got gravity and everything with mass going down towards the centre of the mass of Earth? You wouldn't have any clouds. We wouldn't have any gas, because gas expands in all directions into volume. And sky vacuums, that's outer space, are nothing but volume for gas to fill. So fill it must, it's a law of nature. We'd all be dead if this was true. Furthermore, you wouldn't have any clouds. The gas would be going down, go boom, boom at 9.8 meters per second. But in reality, gas comes out of the ground, is produced at ground level. In the case of the water cycle, water vapour is produced at ground level and then makes its way up, defying any notions of mass attracting mass in a 108-year out-of-date rhetoric of Newton. Meanwhile, your rhetoric on a ball Earth isn't force-based anymore and hasn't been for 108 years. I mean, you wouldn't know that. You get your information from Vsauce, where they describe gravitational forces on a flat plane. Hasn't been a force even in your own rhetoric, which is where it comes from, for 108 years. You've got a pseudo-Riemannian force-based time bending from Einstein. What's that got to do with forces of down and up? It doesn't. It's not a mass-attracting mass force anymore. It's a conceptual medium bending as a result of the uneven distribution of mass. When describing motions of lights in the sky, you think of soil.
Falling straight down. So the farther out you traveled, the more horizontal the precipitation would be. Water in rivers and seas would also flow towards the North Pole, meaning there would be a vast bulge of ocean that would be collected at the center of our planet.
What a load of old nonsense.
Oh my god.
So does she have us as a disc? Does she
stole it
have
from
us as a
Vsauce.
disc in space?
She stole it from Vsauce.
Leaving
I was going to
practically
say,
no
it does sound like old Vsauce rhetoric.
It is old Vsauce rhetoric that she's slightly rearranged, but has taken the exact same example. Almost the same graphics. She's just used rain rather than a guy walking on the disc. But the principle she's used, she probably thinks she's clever. Well, no, we can spot plagiarism a mile away.
water at the edges. So there goes the thought of water running.
Problem is, when you steal a straw man argument, it's really clear where it came from, even if you slightly rearrange the straw man. This is Vsauce's straw man, and you have stolen it. Why? Because that's what thick people do. Yeah, at school, while you pretended to be smart, you were really just copying off the girl next to you who was actually smart, weren't you, love? And in this case, you just copied off Vsauce. But you rearranged the sentences a little bit. No, this is their straw man. You just stole it.
Over the edges.
Yeah, but it's more than that, Nathan. You said a minute ago that you think you're smart, love, right? It's not that she thinks she's smart. She's convinced that Vsauce is smart enough to have created an argument that debunks a supposed flat earth, and that she's going to use his argument because he is, I don't know how many million followers, so he must be right because he has 3 million followers. Because all those 3 million or whatever, not a million followers, they can't be wrong to follow him and what he says concerning a flat earth. So she's following who she thinks is the smartest, and she thinks he's the smartest because he has the most consensus base. Right?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
We had an example
yeah,
of this from someone in the Discord server last week, where they explained in the army they were trained that when someone comes in, they're told at ease, and then you may be seated. That is the order of the protocol that they will get delivered and are trained on, and it's in the manual. Someone comes in and says, at ease, and everybody sits down except one man. And when they all step up on stage to deliver whatever their speech is going to be, they look at the only guy in the room still standing behind his chair and say, what are you doing? Why? Well, because we live in a consensus-based reality, not one that's based on rules or logic or consistency, one that is based on consensus. So in her mind, as Brian's just pointed out, how can 5 million, 10 million, 30 million people who subscribe to Vsauce be wrong? They've all liked it. It must be right. Number one, it's really obvious when you steal someone else's straw man argument, because the straw man remains exactly the same. Number two, it's still you copying off the girl next to you and the teacher pointing out you're both wrong.
But she's getting the same thing wrong that Vsauce did. Like, Adam already murdered this. He said it. Like, if there was this gravity, then it would be a ball. Why would she be trying to relate gravity to a flat disk?
That's what Vsauce
Because
did.
she's not actually... Sorry, Nick.
I said, because that's what Vsauce did.
Yeah, well...
Okay.
Yeah, because, Chocolate, she's not actually... She doesn't take us serious, right? That's the problem. You remember I used the analogy at one time, laughing at the werewolves? It's like, she's laughing at the werewolves, not realizing that they're dangerous. Do you know what I mean? She's out,
Yeah.
do you know what I mean? She has a squirt gun squirting it at lions. Do you know what I mean? It's like she doesn't realize that she thinks that we're not a danger to her paradigm. She thinks that we're a load of stupid idiots.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't know who we are. She's never come across us. She's only ever searched Flat Earth and found Dan.
She's never even tried, Nathan. I mean, you can come across something, but it seems to me that she's only ever come across Simon, Dan, and Vsauce. I think that she just thinks, like a lot of people think, we must be stupid. So there's no threat there. It's only just a good video to make, and people like the video because it attacks people who are going against your paradigm and belief that you don't know that you have. You know what I mean? So people like those anti-flat earth videos because it goes against, it attacks stupid flat earthers because that's what they're told. They're told to laugh at us. They're told this from television, media, their teachers, everything as they grow up. The flat earthers are stupid. That's what people are taught. So she's just convinced that we're idiots.
Okay, I'm just going to read
That's why
this.
she thinks it's... Yeah.
I'm going to read this super chat in a sarcastic tone. So it's one of Untox Vemu, so I've read it fully through so I can hopefully verbalise it in the best possible way. Okay. This girl finally explained all my confusion in the last 6 years. She's on point, logically and intellectually. God help us all. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate the support, Sasha. We continue. Any more remarks, Brian? Specifically?
I do. That's a miracle you didn't butcher that.
I had to read it through first.
No, but I laughed at that. I laughed at Unitox Vemo's super chat there. That was good.
I guess after that, the question isn't why do people believe the Earth is flat, but rather
why do people believe the Earth's a globe when they keep throwing up flat Earth examples?
why do people believe in conspiracy theories?
What? We haven't even spoken about conspiracy theories. What are you talking about?
Like the globe. Like the globe.
We could get into that wrangle dangle.
Because that's what this is, a conspiracy theory.
Well, all you've detailed is how Earth is measured as a sphere, and we've debunked every aspect of it. So you're saying all of what you've just discussed is conspiracy. I mean, in many ways, I'd agree with you, because all you've gone through is your own affirmation of your own anti-flat Earth rhetoric when you've searched flat Earth on YouTube and regurgitated and slightly repackaged Vsauce. I mean, you're now asking why and saying it's a conspiracy. You've not detailed anything about flat Earth at all beyond your own regurgitated, recycled straw man. But it's because it's a conspiracy. No, all the crap you just came up with was conspired with. Nah, I don't think you actually colluded with Vsauce. Did you get his permission? No conspiracy there. You just stole it. Just leant over the girl next to you and read her homework.
Well, let me ask you something, Nathan, just to make a point here. If I measure a piece of 4x2 wood to be 5 foot 6 inches or whatever long, right? So if I measure that, is it a conspiracy that that's 5 foot 6 inches long? And is it a theory, just a colloquial theory, that that's 5 foot 6 inches long, or is it a physical measurement that can be made by anyone?
It's just a physical measurement. Likewise, if you were going to describe how you can measure the angles to Polaris with respect to the horizon, as she did, you would say that it's conspiratorial to infer that it's other than a flat Earth measurement, something that could be asserted as a sphere. There'd have to be people conspiring together to delude others that flat Earth measurements with respect to angles to Polaris off a flat plane have anything to do with the globe. But that's what's going on. So in that respect, she's right. The globe Earth is a conspiracy. Lots of people conspire together to delude others into the belief that flat Earth measurements are of a globe.
Yeah, because otherwise what she's actually stating is that surveying, aerospace, celestial navigation, GPS, and other disciplines, for instance, the submarines, all these things, that they're all just conspiracy theories. That's what she just said. Because all of them are referencing a horizontal plane.
This is why I homeschool.
And the answer is the same reason as it always has been. A lack of trust. Many people don't trust.
Trust? No. When you measure a flat plane and describe the angles with respect to the horizon, as you did, there is no trust in your measurements. They're just flat Earth measurements. I'd have to trust you. Well, I would have to, because you were inferring they were for a sphere, weren't you? So I'd have to trust that your flat Earth measurements proved a sphere. So that would require trust. But I don't need that trust, because I'm not going to take your word that a flat Earth measurement with respect to latitude or the equator, minimum elevation angle measurement off a flat plane from Polaris, is anything to do with a sphere. I'd have to trust you when you told me that, though.
Yeah, just trust in R, Nathan. Remember R? Yeah, we need the flat plane for that and all, but still R, remember?
Trust in the flat plane measurement that gives us R, because that R will be used to infer that the Earth's a sphere. Therefore, I trust in the R measured from a flat plane. I just ignore the fact it was measured from a flat plane when I use it to make Earth a sphere. And then say that flat plane measurements with respect to a horizon that I formerly said was below surface level and blocking my view of a boat is actually now being used to acquire an angle with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, like the horizon is when put into practical application.
It's a bit elaborate when you say it like that, but yeah.
Well, trust does come into it now, I have to say. Sorry.
Go ahead. I was just about to start the video, but go ahead.
Oh, yes. No, I have to say, it is trust-based, because I don't trust that they're teaching people everything that's been taught to people in schools is correct. And why I don't trust it is because I have seen some of it and proven it to be incorrect. So no, I don't have a trust in the school systems and the universities and what they're going to teach you. I don't have trust that they're always going to teach you the correct truth, because they don't. So why would I trust them? So no to this girl. No, I don't trust your education or any education similar to yours, because it's obviously wrong. So no, I don't have trust. Go on, Chakra.
Remember that article I posted a while ago from, I think it was space.com, called How to Debate a Flat Earther? We've heard this lack of trust thing before, because they directly stated it in that article, right? I'll read it out right now. So, people who believe the Earth is flat aren't coming to that conclusion from the same types of observations. They instead believe that we are being misled and lied to, that scientists, including me, want you to believe that the Earth is round despite its flatness. So the question isn't why do people believe in a flat Earth, but rather why do people believe in a conspiracy? And the answer is the same reason it always is: a lack of trust. So this is a theme with this. We don't trust them. So therefore, that automatically makes us wrong.
Right. If the government would be telling us that the Earth was flat, we'd all be globe champions, right? According to that logic. Because we don't know them. And that's why we think it's flat, not because it's measured flat or anything.
Good, Arwen. That's right. You're right.
Yeah, Arwen is correct, but it's nonsense because. Sorry, someone said something.
Sorry, I got to add something to this. That if they're going to consider us to be conspiratards, or only listen to Simon Dan and Vsauce and not take us seriously, that's our advantage, because they'll never see us coming. They'll get into a debate with us with such arrogance that once they get punched in the mouth with just facts and logic and measurements, then it's not going to be a good day for them. So I think it's fine ultimately.
Yeah, like in Devil's
I agree.
Advocate, when he describes the Keanu Reeves character, the lawyer, the devil says to him, "You've got to be a surprise. You're the hand at Mona Lisa's skirt." They don't see you coming because they're not expecting you to be Flash if you turn up on the train, tube, whatever it is in your country. And that's what he's saying, be understated, as opposed to flamboyantly going around bragging about it. But that is, by contrast, what our anti-flat Earth competitors do. That's all they've got. Their appeal to consensus and their appeal to their numbers of subscribers and things of that nature.
But if you just go back to what Chocolate, not the crying anthem that's just been said there by anyone, I just want to reference back what Chocolate read out. What that said was that when a scientist tells you that it's a globe and you don't trust that scientist, that makes you a conspiracy theorist, more or less. It's like, no. If a scientist is telling me it's a globe, that doesn't make it a globe. Just because the person is a scientist doesn't mean that I have to ipso facto accept what they say. They might be correct about one thing, but when they start telling me it's a globe and I can show otherwise, then they are wrong. It's not that I'm a conspiracy theorist, it's that scientist is wrong. That's the facts. No, it's not on me. Why should I be labeled as a conspiracy theorist when it has nothing to do with conspiracy? Someone being wrong is not to do with conspiracy. If a scientist says it's a globe, I don't have to accept that from the scientist when I know otherwise. That scientist is wrong. So no, don't trust that scientist.
The representatives of the society, like the government, and scientists, like me, are telling them the truth. Also, it's incredibly easy to fall into the confirmation bias of the echo chamber within the...
Stop. He's a scientist?
That literally sounds like exactly what I just read out.
And the answer is the same reason as it always has been. A lack of trust. Many people don't trust the society around them, and most notably the representatives of the society, like the government, and scientists, like me, are telling them the truth. Also, it's incredibly easy to fall into the confirmation.
She's a scientist.
She's a scientist.
She's saying she's a scientist.
Is that because she dated a scientist once that had a paper? And
What's her experiment?
I almost feel like she just said exactly what I just read out, almost word for word. That was nuts just now.
Yeah, wait a second. Did she do that? Number one. Number two, this conspiracy is it's mindless.
Have you ever been staring at something in the world around you and you find yourself wondering, how does that work? Or what the heck is going on? My name's Grace and this is what I like.
Sorry. I was looking at her about page to see if I could figure out why she was claiming to be a scientist, and it's got an autoplay. Sorry.
Not being funny, but
wait a second.
She did an experiment earlier. You weren't here. I think we all remember the experiment with the little boat, the table, and the basketball. She's a scientist.
Oh, brother. You interrupted me for that.
Go on, QE.
I lost my train of... Oh, there. The conspiracies. I'm going to start to change my tune with this surface level puke mindless parroting of a nonsensical non sequitur. I'm going to say, really, what's the conspiracy? And then that's going to either lead them to, well, like she said, the scientist thing. And then you could point out easily that this isn't science, right? You could rub her nose in it. Or she's going to go with the space agencies. And then that leads you right into the second law of thermodynamics. So it's an easy kill right after that. Oh?
Of course.
Okay. That's it.
The truth. Also,
Amen.
it's incredibly easy to fall into the confirmation bias of the echo chamber within the internet these days. Talking about you, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and not.
You don't say.
Be sure to check out. Be sure to check out the Vsauce video
and her video here.
But that is pure projection. Exactly what she's done is become an echo chamber. A very shallow researching echo chamber at that.
Yep, exactly. You got it.
Not seeking information outside of your little bubble, because that further entrenches you in your belief or the flat earther's belief of a conspiracy theory. So people who believe the earth is flat aren't coming to that conclusion using facts and data-driven observations.
Are we not? When we took your example with latitude and the equator and exampled how that's a flat earth measurement, we weren't taking your facts that you thought were for a globe and your data that you mistook for being proof of a globe and showed you how it proves a flat earth. That's not us taking data and measurements, is it not? I see. Wow, you surface regurgitator. Absolutely outrageous.
She's a scientist, Nathan.
Instead, most of them just think that we as people are being lied to, and that scientists include
Baseless assertion, stereotyping fallacy. So is that what we all think, is it?
myself want you to believe that the earth is round, which
Nathan, sorry a second.
Yeah.
No, we don't think that we're all being lied to. We just know that you are wrong, love. There's a difference. The problem isn't us, the problem is you not being able to accept that you're wrong, not being able to even investigate whether or not you're even right. That's the problem, not us. We're not the problem.
Can I just, Nathan, do me a favor, man. Go back like 20 seconds, and I'm going to read one more time this part of the article that I just read, right? I'll do it and then play it.
I get what you're saying, because I almost picked up on the hint that you were suggesting, and I'm going to clarify it because I now know you are. You are suggesting, in the same way I postulated that she's completely ripped off Vsauce, that she has literally taken the words from this article, and that is why she said she was a scientist, because she's almost verbatim taking the words from this article when she says we don't trust, because that's what the article's about. Is that what I'm going to ask a question? I know it's the case. Is that what you're suggesting, Chocolate?
Yes. Especially with the little part where she says, including me, because that's what it's literally. I'm going to post it in Master B so you know I'm not crazy. Okay?
No, you're not.
Meaning there would be a vast bulge of ocean that would be collected at the center of our planet, leaving practically no water at the edges. So there goes the thought of water running over the edges. And I guess after that, the question isn't why do people believe the earth is flat, but rather, why do people believe in conspiracy theories? Because that's what this is, a conspiracy theory. And the answer is the same reason as it always has been, a lack of trust. Many people don't trust the society
She did it. She's doing it.
around them, and most notably the representatives of the society like the government and scientists like me are telling them the truth. Also, it's incredibly easy to fall into the confirmation bias of the echo chamber within the internet these days.
You're just really incompetent.
She added a couple little twists, but guess what she just did? Yeah, because Chocolate just put it on Master B, and I was following her with the article.
Well, to be fair, I don't trust her because she doesn't know what the hell she's talking about.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
But she just appealed to her being a scientist, and us not trusting her, and us also not trusting government agencies.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we're just ignoring you.
I'm not ignoring him. I'm trying to get it on screen, and then I'll take charge once it's there. Right.
No.
Chocolate has underlined the sections. It's on screen now, being rumpus by my introduction for QE to do it. Go ahead, QE.
Yeah, Jesus. Sorry to steal this chocolate. You're all. As soon as she said scientists like me, I had the immediate first thought that she was parroting this article. Now, she didn't do it verbatim. She added a couple little twists to it, but she's still been reading this article. Yep, she did. She hijacked this article.
Yep.
Just play it again.
You want to hear it one more time?
Hang on. One moment. If you listen to what I said to Chocolate reading out the article, before she came in and said what she said, confirming that she more or less probably just plagiarized it. That is I gave her the response to what she was about to say before she said it.
Right, we're going to hear it one more time with the words on screen.
After that, the question isn't why do people believe the earth is flat, but rather, why do people believe in conspiracy theories? Because that's what this is, a conspiracy theory. And the answer is the same reason as it always has been, a lack of trust. Many people don't trust that the society around them, and most notably the representatives of the society like the government and scientists like me, are telling them the truth. Also, it's incredibly easy to fall into the confirmation bias of the echo chamber within the internet these days.
Okay.
Good stop. She's busted.
Good call.
Hey, Bimbo, you're busted.
I just posted the actual article too.
I
For
had it up on
anybody that's
screen.
interested.
Yeah, I had it up.
It's called How to Debate a Flat Earther. Maybe this was part of her research. Who knows? But yeah, by space.com. That's where this comes
Talking about you, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and not seeking information outside of your little bubble. Because that further entrenches you in your belief or the flat earthers' belief of a conspiracy.
Yeah, total
Seriously, not seeking information outside of your little bubble. The projection or the descriptions of what she's done is uncanny, isn't it?
Yeah. She's that girl at school. Yeah.
Well, oh, mate, when you've called her there, for that to come up after you'd already claimed she was just the girl that copied the clever girl at school, and for that to come up, that is probably the best prediction I've ever heard on this when we listen to this.
But besides me reading,
well, you spotted it.
and
Remember,
Nobody's going to take that away from you, right? I'll be the one as I got the props there. No one's going to take that away from you, Chocolate. That was epic.
I'm not taking it away from Chocolate. I just want to point out that I said that she copied Vsauce because she thought he was right, but they were both wrong.
3 weeks ago.
At least 2 weeks ago.
A couple of
At least 3, yes.
You had to be onto it when she said scientists like me. That immediately sprung back to that article. As soon as she said that, because did she say she was a scientist in the beginning throughout this whole video?
No, not until that. What I said and what Chocolate read out came prior to her ever saying that.
Unbelievable.
That was crazy.
Who believe the earth is flat aren't coming to that conclusion using facts and data-driven observations. Instead, most of them just think that we as people are being lied to, and that scientists, including myself, want you to believe that the earth is round. Which, like,
that whole
why?
part,
I don't
that
have
whole part from the freaking article. Oh my god!
Yes. We're just unwilling to concede that they can use celestial navigation on the globe. Somehow.
Hold on.
Big
I'm
financial
going to screenshot more. Hold on.
What she just said, though, is that we are against them trying to make us, I think it was, believe that we live on a globe. Yes, that's correct. You have a belief that you're trying to keep us being part of. That we have.
I'd also like to see an example of data-driven observations. I want to know that. I want to see that. What are data-driven observations? I'd like to take a look at that.
Oh, you want to hear her qualify her big words that she's been using?
Wouldn't a data-driven observation be something you don't actually observe, but you look at the data and then infer?
Contradiction in terms. It's a straight up contradiction in terms. Right, Chocolate, did you dig out the bit with scientists like me in it? He's looking, he's trying to screen
No,
cap
that one you've already got. That one's on the
yeah,
screen.
scientists, open brackets, including me. Oh yeah, it is in there.
Yeah.
Let's just bring it back up on screen. You said you were going to get another one.
Yeah, I need you to rewind maybe like 20 seconds or so.
I just did, but I'll do it again if you want.
Earthers' belief of a conspiracy theory. So people who believe the Earth is flat aren't coming to that conclusion using facts and data-driven observations. Instead, most of them just think that we as people are being lied to.
Did you want more than that? Like 20 seconds before that?
And that science
No, I mean she's pretty much reading it out. People who believe, she just said it. People who believe the Earth is flat are coming to that conclusion based on. She added words.
Yeah,
she's adding words to it. Like
she had a little fluff.
Yeah. But she's literally reading this out.
Yeah, that's still plagiarism. You should be thrown out of university for that.
including myself, want you to believe that the Earth is round. Which, like, why? I don't have a big financial stake in the Earth being round. I wish I did.
But hang on now. Hang on. This is the thing. I tried to say this a few minutes ago, and it was overshadowed, and I'm trying to point this out. Yes, you want us to believe what you believe, and you don't like that we don't hold beliefs. We hold knowings. That's the difference. She has a lot more than finances, more than money, something more precious than that invested in this belief. Her whole paradigm, her whole world paradigm is invested in her belief. And we're going against that. So yes, she does want us to believe what she believes, but we don't hold those beliefs.
She knows that, right? That's why she's tried to make the disclaimer that she's not got any vested interest in this. And that's why I've got no money. It doesn't make a difference to my finance, yeah? There's no bias on my part, is what she's trying to say here. I'm just giving you an honest opinion. I've got no bias. But as you highlight, she's fully invested in the ball.
Exactly, Adam.
Quick shout out to James Richards. He says, inject your poison, wear your mask. COVID is a perfect example of scientists lying. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate the support.
Well, that was a great misuse of the word science again, wasn't it?
Indeed.
And speaking of hot topics filled to the brim with conspiracy theories and misinformation, check out this video on climate change where I went over the insane summer heat wave and what it could mean for the future of weather and climate. Using science.
Wow.
Until
what a clown! You're
felt it coming.
Did you hear the last statement? Using science, she said.
The next one, do your research and stay random.
Do your research, love. Oh, yeah. You see, the thing is, this has come out so recently, right? 3rd of December. So she's going to be looking for these response videos. Now, I really enjoyed that, love. I've got to be honest. Yeah? Give you a like. And I suggest my audience does the same. Please go and share in the algorithmic love that we are denied. Obviously, otherwise you'd have come across us. You might have actually known some arguments from ours, but you were clearly responding to anti-flat Earth arguments that had sod all to do with flat Earth. What's that you say? Do your research, as opposed to regurgitate surface puke that's been fed to you by the powers that should not be, who have dictated what direction your search will go in. You know all about this, though, don't you, love? You're really smart with your long words and that. Right, so let her know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me the link to a video. He's going by in the chat. Hopefully, if you're watching, if you're amongst the 105 people currently watching this stream, please give her some more algorithmic love. I'm sure she's got no vested interest in producing a video for financial gain on YouTube. No financial commitment to this All Earth stuff whatsoever when she made a video about it and published it monetized. Just me being pessimistic of her words. Let her know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Give her a like. Hopefully she'd do the same for us if she responded. I'm done. Whoever's desperate to interrupt this call to action.
I'm just wondering how much money she would have earned if she'd have taken the opposite opinion.
Or how many simp comments would she have got in response telling her, this is wonderful, you're so ace, how marvellous this video is. Yeah, you proved the ball.
I've just looked at a video. It's interesting. It's got 18,000 views already. A previous one from a week ago has only got 20. huge one, little one, but they're all about the 20 to 30,000 views, even though she's got so many viewers. She gets the odd one in the 150s. But she's already at kind of like her way above her average rate, I would think, unless she's only got a few viewers that always watch. If we go back 6 months, total of 30,000 views, 39, 41, 38, 40, 36. So they're all in that range, 32. But she's already, after it was said one day earlier, at 18,000 views. So I ask whether the title is why it's getting clicked, because people are searching for flat Earth. That's why she thinks she can make some money out of this topic.
Yeah, the glazing over the motivations again is just so transparent. Then it just seems like dumb people stuff. No other way to put it. This isn't my financial motivation when I make a video and edit it and spend time filming it and talk about a subject that I claim to have researched. It's like, well, right, why did you do this? Not for financial gain. That's why I'm doing this. Yeah, that's why I'm sat here. I'm a YouTuber. I want to make money. I want to make a living from this. I do want you to give me money as a result of my research into this subject matter. Yeah, give me money because I've researched it so that you can have a start for your research that I actually encourage you to do. Now, I'm just regurgitating surface puke about flat Earth. And there's a dome. And there's ether. No, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I do actually encourage people to give me money as a result of that, and they do. You know, the only reason this tiny little channel survives is because of the absolutely overwhelming support that I get from the people who come along and support me. But I'm not going to discourage that and say I've got no skin in the race financially. I have. Yeah, I'm making a living off telling people the truth about flat Earth and how people like you measure it flat and then tell the audience that it's a globe and claim that they should do research.
I'm curious, since I got here a little bit late, so I'm curious as to how much of this article did she put in her video. Did she talk at all prior to me getting here about
yes,
maybe
Principal Chocolate.
the
Yes,
horizon?
that is another issue, Principal Chocolate. We will get down to the issue of her copying her homework as well.
No. I'm just curious. I don't care. I'm just curious as to if this article was actually a part of her research that she's talking about, because earlier in the article it does talk about the horizon. She talk about the horizon at all, or Polaris, anything about stars?
That's all she talked
anything
about.
like that?
That's all she talked about.
Did she?
Mm-hmm.
I might have to go back and listen.
Yeah, I've got the full article, Chuck. Different stars are visible from different parts of Earth. Yeah? You can look to the horizon for evidence. You can look up. She definitely said that. Even if you can't look to the horizon, you can look up. I'm sure she said, yeah, I think it's probably worth a quick read, Chuck, because she's not going to bother and get 20 different articles, is she? And take a little bit from each. She may as well take a load from one. She's demonstrated that seems to be her way of working.
Yeah, she knows who the...
What better...
She doesn't need multiple kids to copy off. She only needs one smart girl in the class to copy off.
Well, I mean, what better source of research could she go to but space.com, an article named How to Debate a Flat Earther? Right? Because that's the name of this article. Remember, I gave it a shout out years ago when I pulled this up, and I said, "Hey, at least space.com's trying to help you guys out." Shout out to them; they're still helping.
Look how that worked out. Right. With that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Primary Streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Trusting. That's when it all started clicking back to that article. I remember
the lack of trust. Yes.
Yeah, that's like,
that.
Wait a second.
And then when I went back to it, and then after reading it, and with the part that said, and scientists, including me, and then when I heard her say that 2 minutes later, I'm like, what? It can't be. Come on, lady. Try harder.
It's rich. It's rich for people to ask you to trust them, isn't it? Why would you need to trust any of these people? Why is trust so important
because
for them?
because the whole article is basically about the horizon, Polaris, and all these things that should prove that you're not on a globe. But because these things don't, you just have to go with they don't trust you no matter what you say. Because they start this article off with it all starts with the horizon. First of all, can you have a horizon on a globe?
No,
Negative.
sir.
Negative.
Oh, that's a shame.
But these guys ain't catching on to that yet. Nathan just bypassed it as soon as you said horizon. He went on to his own agenda.
I was trying to get in. I was trying to get in.
He's not into the slope. Nope.
Yeah, Huey, I was going to say in that whole thing, because you were late, when I was saying you were late, there was a number of points where you could have slope-a-doped him in her speech.
That is really funny. That scientists, including me, she's busted. It's all over. It's all over for you, you bimbo. But it's humiliating. So now she's got to prove that she's a scientist because she definitely said, scientists, including me. Okay, what's your vocation? I want to see your degrees. As soon as you're not a scientist, you're boned, you bimbo.
That's
all over for her. Yeah.
Anybody fancy whipping me up a thumbnail with that pancake?
Yeah, give me a minute.
Oh, thank you. I've got screaming kids I've got to tend to for a couple of seconds. Once I've got them in order.
I'll leave it you to just put your text on, but just get a screenshot and JPEG it, yeah?
Do you want me I can get you the screenshot while I'm dealing with screaming kids. Do you want me to do that?
What do you want? Flat Earth Debate?
Flat Earth Debate 2004, and her channel name is TKOR. Now, the moment I put that into the live stream title, the audience numbers went up, like almost immediately.
Well, send us the picture you want, then, and I'll...
The one with the pancake, yeah, I'll get on it. Give me 30 seconds. Please talk amongst yourselves. I'm a male. I can't multitask. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, Kiwi will say something.
I liked how Nathan added in that he does this and he does his research. You mean our research?
I mean, I take and plagiarize people who are closest to me and will forgive me for doing so.
Yeah, he's got away with that one.
No, he didn't. I wrote it down.
Are you bastard? Really?
No, I didn't write it down.
Hold on. Nathan says he's lazy, and he admits to all of this.
Yeah, I do. I admit I'm lazy.
Can I ask Kiwi a question? Kiwi.
I shan't be arsed.
How do I pre-dismiss evidence that wasn't produced and is also not evidence? Asking for a friend.
How do you pre-dismiss? That fat tubalard full of nonsensical gibberish. What a joke he is, and his throughs and scientific methods and earths. What a clown! Oh, did you see the demon in him?
Oh, he has some crazy faces. Yeah.
It's demon. There's a demon inside him. The dumb
He is,
Let's call back
crazy.
to Dean Odell to cast him out.
Wait, who? Who
Fight
needs
the
to
fat
exercise?
Fight the fat Egypt. Fight
Yeah,
the
that's
fat
not helping him. I mean, you can exorcise a demon from that guy, and the demon, he'll just immediately invite him back. When you're that far gone, you need the demon.
Oh, wait, that won't work. Dean Odell only cast him out of Christians. What a joke.
I'm not joking, though. Like, when they're that deeply in, they need the demon to still feel something.
Oh,
instead of just the bitter shame of being you.
I want to know how these Christians have demons in them if they're Christian.
That's what I'm saying. I'm being sarcastic.
Oh, sorry.
Just because you're Christian doesn't mean that you're impervious for demonic influence.
Oh, yes, it does.
Oh, yes, it does.
Not.
Oh, yes, it does.
You can get no. Hold on. If you actually identify a demon, you can send it off. You can protect yourself, invoking Christ, definitely. But that doesn't mean that you're completely invulnerable all the time. You can't be vulnerable. You can have them slip in.
Any
So it's like kryptonite. Like
Christian cannot be possessed by a demon.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Really?
Yeah, that's a fact. Because then you're saying that Christ can be overpowered by a demon. Think about it.
No, it's a person. It's not Christ. It's a human being.
Holy shit.
I'm not going to discuss this topic.
Yeah. But something Arwen said, it might be somewhat true. Because you can open doors, even as a Christian.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could screw around, mess around, and open up a door out of ignorance. So I'm going to think about that.
Just because you're Christian doesn't mean that you are impervious to being tested.
Yeah, I know. I heard your claim the first time.
Yeah, but what Christian is going to try and hold on? What
hang on, before we have a big argument,
is going to try and open up the door to the occult?
No, hang on, Neil. Before we have a big argument about it, you can move into a house that you are not aware has something dark inside of it. When you move in there, then it will mostly attack the kids. But if it can attack you, it will attack you. Yeah, these kind of things, that can't happen. Or you can buy something that's a second-hand thing at a stall, some stall somewhere.
We're talking about possession.
Yeah, but
hang
on, Neil. Hang on, right? Right. You can also do something like buy something at a store that you don't realize has a dark spirit within it and bring it home to your house. So you're then bringing this dark spirit into your house. It's like these kind of things do happen to people. Even if they're Christian, that can happen. And what they're doing is they're actually taking down barriers in front of them and allowing something into their world or going into their world by moving into a house. They don't, it's unknown.
Yeah.
It can happen, you know.
My people perish for lack of knowledge.
That's true. That's true. But he's right. You're straw manning him because we're talking about possession. That's a whole different game.
Well, my people perish for a lack of knowledge, right?
Yeah. That's a good.
If you don't know, it can slip in.
That make sure you quote the Bible verse with that. That's not just you saying that. That's scripture.
I know. That's why I used it.
Well, but you plagiarized it.
Oh, sorry. Maybe I paraphrased it slightly, but I mean, the intent is
plagiarized.
That's God speaking.
You didn't paraphrase it. You plagiarized it.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm sorry now, but this is a little bit like, it says it in the Bible, so that means that it definitely has to happen. No, that's the same thing as that baller earlier saying solar winds happen, so they're not protected on a flat earth, so that means flat earth is debunked. No, just because it says it in the Bible doesn't mean that in reality it's going to happen or not going to happen. You understand? You can't say that a Christian can't be possessed.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you lost me.
But you can't say a Christian can't be possessed based off of Christianity.
Oh, I see. You need to preface with that because I was on another topic.
Oh, sorry, I got it wrong then.
That was a poor transition there.
I'm not going to get into the whole thing because it goes a lot deeper than what it is. Spirit-filled, blood of Christ. I'm not getting into that.
Okay.
We get into it?
We can get into it later.
Are you saying that you're not going to get into it, Neil?
Not going to get into it because they're not.
This sounds like it could be fun, though.
No, it's not
reasonable.
Oh, well, I can change it up a little bit. It was real funny something Neil did yesterday. I'm getting ready for the show last night, and I, put it out. I added it, and people were in the chat, and I don't usually mosey on in there, but I did this time before the show started, and Neil was in there, and he said, "Is this going to be about Dean Odell?" And I said, he's starting to laugh good. Of course, he took it well. I said, No, you would have thought that the thumbnail would have given the game away.
I
But
didn't
if
see the
not-
thumbnail. That's why.
But if not, but if not, please report to the Who and Where the Fuck Am I institution immediately. How about that? Do you like that? I didn't see you the rest of the day.
Yeah, I just passed that remark and then I had to go on. But I didn't. I seen the thumbnail after I said it.
Oh, okay.
Because I just came in real quick. I was trying to get on something else, and then it said you're going live. So that's
Hey,
how that
Brian.
transpired.
Hey, Brian, keep that idea fresh in your head. I haven't forgot about it. The one you said where we could take down the gravitards and the ethertards. Don't let me forget that, okay? Brian.
I won't. No, I didn't forget it either. It's just because this Dean Oakley thing came up. I was going to suggest that for Ball Busters but Dean Oakley came up, so I said I'd leave it go to the next one. Because the same thing takes both of them out.
I'd appreciate you give me a little reminder of that for the next Ball Busters. Appreciate it.
I will. 2 weeks' time, I'll give you a reminder. That'll be 1 week away from Ball Busters.
Okay.
Ballbusters is on Saturday, though.
Yeah, but this Ball Busters we're going to be about Dean Oakley, whereas the next Ball Busters won't be for 2 weeks after that. So in 2 weeks' time, I'll give QE a reminder, and that'll be 1 week away from Ball Busters.
Gotcha. Zero drop frames in that live stream. First time for everything.
Nice.
Look at you now.
Don't talk about it.
I think the end of the path has been reached, Neil. It's last week it only crashed once. I'm hoping that it hasn't crashed from then till now, and hopefully at the end of the week it hasn't, and then I'm going to do a proper backup. I will get 1 week stability out of this computer before I do that backup, and I'm determined this is going to be that week.
Don't talk about it, man.
Oh, like it makes any difference.
That's what I said. Just keep it to yourself and we'll all be good.
Adam is telling him, I tell him, you're telling him, Neil. Alwyn is telling him. He just won't stop.
Do you want to know what? I got to the bottom of the problem. Right, the memory controller's shite because it's a brand new version of a new technology of chips with separated big P cores and small E cores. Right, so it's new technology on this one. There's now 2 more generations that have come since with better memory controllers. If you undervolt the CPU, which I have to keep it under temperature control and get enough watts out of it to run the show, then it pushes the memory instability into the red, if you will. Well, if you then try and give the stock speeds that are allocated to the memory by the vendor to the board, the motherboard, it just won't post, or it'll be inherently unstable for whatever reason. So you can have one or the other. I now know that, now that the graphics card isn't heating it up. So I've been able to test to the point where I can say categorically, I can either run a fast memory speed or run a fairly harsh undervolt on the CPU. Not both, because it will not do both. And I've just got to accept that. So I've picked which one gives me the better performance, which is the CPU. So I've left the RAM stock and heavily undervolted the CPU. Since then, total stability. Didn't matter where I balanced it before. If I tried to do anything with either, even a tiny amount with one and a lot on the other, or a little on both, it didn't matter. It was never stable. Well, now it is. So I can say that
this song before.
Before I could never get to the point of testing, it always reached the point of heat instability when I tested anything. Now, I very rarely get to the point of heat instability, so I can find out what's actually going wrong. And I have pretty quickly. So I can go, okay, well, fine. If I don't need more memory bandwidth, the only thing that I need memory bandwidth for is my iGPU that encodes the stream. Well, that was the last little thing that I've been slowly tweaking down and down and down and down until there's no drop frames. Well, I've reached 10,000, kilobits per second, or 10 megabits per second. And that's it, no drop frames anymore. You're like, okay, well, that's the limit of what I could do. With overclocked RAM, I could have got maybe 15,000. But I don't need 15,000. I just need stability. Once I find the point of that, I'm happy. I don't care. Yeah, could it be quicker? Yeah, it could. In a different box. But I haven't got a different box. So this box is now stable, or hopefully will remain so. And I've got at least 3 or 4 shows of total stability. Like the longest run of non-crashing shows ever. I'm happy. But just like I say, I just needed to have a new graphics card in there to reduce the amount of heat in the box so I could test the other components for their actual voltage stability rather than just when do they overheat.
Hey, is this somebody posted it in Master B? Did this bimbo graduate from meteorology at North Carolina State?
I don't know.
What the heck's her name?
All I see in Master B is the pancake pictures, one of which I just posted.
Go to LVA Paul just posted something in there.
Oh, okay.
No. Sorry. It's before Chocolate's post. It's at 17 minutes after the hour.
Okay.
After Neil's post in doxing Dean Odom.
I don't see it. Sorry.
What?
Because I'm looking through the pictures.
You got to scroll up just a little bit. You know, Chocolate's article.
Okay, it says NC State. Is that the thing you're talking about?
Yes.
I graduated with my BS in meteorology in 2021.
Yep.
Do you think why she didn't care about leaving out the sentence about being a scientist? She's like, I can get away with that. I don't need to alter that.
Yes. She could get away with it. Yep. She didn't pick that out. Yeah, she can get away with it. Yep. Well, if you consider meteorology science,
I don't.
Let's get her on the panel. Let's see if she knows what clouds are. I've run into a couple meteorologists along the way and just thrashed them. Not too long ago.
Well, it does make our critique of her calling it precipitation a bit harsh, given that that's what she's specifically studied.
Yeah. Well, Adam, she's going to compromise you, Adam.
I don't think so.
No, even more so. If she's qualified in the subject, then you're being a complete and utter obnoxious turd, aren't you? When you're talking to the general public and you're describing rain and the word you choose is precipitation. That is the height of just picking words to try and sound intelligent, when by doing that, to me, just it exemplifies the opposite.
I'm going to have to hear it.
It's in Master B, Nathan. I don't know if you want the Fed logo on the pancakes or not. I can take it off.
Oh, no, that's awesome. Thank you very much.
Okay, where's the original Bimbo video at? Scroll up a little bit more. Did LVA Paul, is this what? Yep, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, she literally is like, she was literally saying through the whole of that, and it didn't come out till the end. Trust me, I'm a scientist.
That's correct.
That's what the whole thing was about, isn't it? That's exactly what was being said for the whole thing, but she didn't make it clear, and even at that was kind of cloaked at the end, until at the end. Like, why would I trust you? You're an idiot.
Okay.
Look on screen. This is what she is. Making science a lifestyle.
So she's a wannabe.
I don't know what that even means.
Making money on YouTube out of
No,
pretending you're a
it's the
scientist.
same thing. They think pseudoscience is science. That's all there is to it. What they're describing as science is pseudoscience.
He has relationships with beakers.
No idea. Odd. Anyway.
It's just someone else. Like
See, when she goes back,
it's like our Ethereum counterparts that have tapped into the magic trick of, if I say I'm a scientist or allude to the notion of science being used to make my claim true, then people will follow me and wholeheartedly believe anything I say. So she's gone, all right, so now I'm a scientist. I can appeal to that with everything I say, regardless of how poorly it's been regurgitated from other plagiarized sources. And people will believe me, and it'll make me money on YouTube. I can make science
Yeah, and
a
you back that up
lifestyle.
with the Michelson-Morley experiment.
Thank you, Neil.
Sorry, thought you were done.
Yeah, sure you did.
Sure,
Okay.
yeah. Yes, but that's it, Nathan. It's trust me, I'm a scientist. That's what the whole thing was about. I bet you she goes out for coffee with her friends every Wednesday morning, and they sit in the same place in this cafe, and they call it Beaker's Corner. Because
Yeah,
they're possibly also meteorologists.
Yeah, but you're not understanding here. They're not hearing the stuff coming from this channel. They're just not hearing it. So they think that they are scientists. They think Michelson-Morley is an experiment.
But it's not just about this channel, Neil. I mean, QE knew what science was because he was taught about what it was in university before he ever became a flat earther or ever knew Nathan. You know what I mean? It's like, it's these people are pretenders. That's what it is. And they're, trust me, I'm a scientist, people. You don't have to trust.
Yeah, but QE had to come to real. He had a reckoning, right? He had an awakening with gas pressure without containment.
Yeah, but he did. But that was not. He wasn't denying ever the gas pressure requires containment. He never was denying that. He just never gave it a thought. The point is that QE learned in university, right? University, what science was. He knew what science was before he ever came to flat Earth. He knew what science wasn't science.
Nobody goes to university, you know, to be a scientist. They don't do scientists' degrees.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just intrigued on how I can make science a lifestyle.
That's what I mean. What does that mean? Is it the realization that everything effect you've had a cause? I don't know. Is it just?
So didn't the guy say it the other day? Said he gave half his life. Maybe that's what she means. She gave half her life to science.
Maybe
he knows what he's talking about, and so does she.
Gonna cause and effect the crap out of everything she does. Making a brew, cause and effect. Putting the TV on, cause and effect. Making science a lifestyle.
You know, I think the reason that her and people like her eventually attack flat Earth is because they know that we are a massive threat to the rubbish positions that they're trying to hold. And they're attacking us simply because they know that we're the ones, they know deep down. They don't even do research. They just know deep down that it's like a knowing they have that we will destroy their paradigm. So they're attacking us before we go looking for them. Or if you understand what I mean, it's like she's looking for her audience to tell her she's right. Because this topic scares her. So she's looking for her audience to give her, no, you're right. You're totally right. You totally know. They don't know. You have your belief, and that's the only belief that really matters. They have this other belief.
And we agree with you, simp, simp, simp.
Yeah, load of simpy, a load of little simps in the comments.
She also states that she's a planetary explorer. I'm not kidding you. No, I'm going to post it. Hold on. I'll give you a screenshot. This is pretty funny.
Man, this just is so embarrassing. It's that good-looking chick that's got away with any old shite she said because everyone around her has gone, yeah. Aren't you pretty?
Yep.
Including. She's good looking. I didn't even see her.
She's short. She's about 4'3". Got some nice gammies. I'll give her that.
Let's not dwell too much on her looks, but I'm just saying she is going to be that girl that got away with murder because she's pretty. and she's continued to do so.
Of course, it started with mommy and daddy. That's not that profound. It starts with mommy and daddy.
It always starts with mommy and daddy, doesn't it? It is absolutely profound.
B. Here we go. Master B.
Thank you.
Okay, let's bring this up. A meteorologist, planetary... what the? Planetary explorer? I'm going to go with no. Alternatively, yeah, you are, aren't you? Oh, look how cute she looks in this picture.
Are you saying she didn't come from Venus, Nathan?
She definitely explored planets, Arwin. Just look at her. Clearly.
She looks like the one from Friends.
Butter wouldn't melt. She definitely explores planets. What are you talking about?
Can you prove she doesn't?
Yeah, I can prove she doesn't explore planets. Exploring planets would involve a trip into an area of volume called space, like a space that gas could fill. As a meteorologist, I'd expect her to appreciate and understand the second law of thermodynamics and how gas fills space, because it's what she describes, isn't it? With meteorology?
Don't be expecting that.
What, you don't expect a meteorologist to understand the second law of thermodynamics when describing pressure zones and things of that nature?
She brought up force of gravity earlier, Nathan.
I don't.
Going to describe an isobar. How's she going to describe isobars?
You asked me a question. You asked me a question. You going to allow me to answer? Or are you going to answer it for me?
I was intending to answer it for you. I mean...
All right, go ahead.
Well, your journey was quite important. You first learnt about science, you did your university, then you found Nathan Oakley. That was the timeline that I heard from Brian. Critical part of your timeline, according to Brian.
She will
understand.
Hold on, Adam.
Can Adam answer for you, please? Excuse me, Adam was trying to answer for you.
Shut up! She also came in second place in Miss Utah in 2020. Is this 2021? 2019. Second place, Miss Utah.
Second place, Miss Utah?
Wow.
No, that is pretty impressive. I mean, I'll give it to her. She's incredibly attractive, let's be honest.
She's living her boldest life, according to...
Oh, no. She doesn't say that, does she?
Look at the top or over where it says, Planetary Explorer.
Oh, yeah. No. Oh, no.
He's a meteorologist, a planetary explorer, and a plagiarist.
No, we are. No, that's just not true. We're all just jealous of her. A mom told her.
I don't think I've ever been jealous of a woman. How does that happen?
Yeah, I don't know how that happens.
Anyway, that was good fun. Props to Paul, LVA Paul, for giving us the link to that video.
Yep.
Only came out a day ago. Yep. I like being on top of these things.
How many people did Adam say viewed it?
Holy shit.
I was speaking first.
Excuse me, QE. Neil was trying to talk through you. Do you mind?
I'll wait.
Yeah, can you
not only a link to the
can you try
video,
talking again so we can talk through you? He can't talk through
not
you
only
if
a
you're
link
not
to the video. Not only a link to the video, shout out to LBA Paul, but for the pedigree information here with Miss Utah and with Miss Planetary Explorer, that sort of that in that sort of vein.
Can I ask a question now? How many people did Adam say viewed that video already? 18,000?
Something like that.
Yes.
Okay, so shouldn't the same amount of people view the response video that you put out? Right? Honest people would do that.
By
to see what other
logic?
people have to say.
Not unless you give me some logic that should apply. By what logic should I get the same number of views, Neil?
Well, I'm just saying, if there's a response to it and you're seeking, if I'm looking for truth, this guy comes out with this. Oh, there's an answer to that. Let me see this one to see what this person has to say. That would be the honest approach.
You're assuming that the video's viewing numbers are people that are watching that video to learn things, Neil?
Yeah, kind of, but
Could
I mean,
it
it's
be
a
they're
topic.
just like tuning in to watch her talk?
Oh,
Perhaps.
wait a second. Oh, wait a second. It's a topic, and it's a hot topic, right? Silent debate hasn't cooled off.
That's too small to read. Whoever posted this with their surfing.
That's pretty funny.
Adventure runs through my blood. I can read that. The rest is too small for me to read.
I'll read the rest.
What? I
can
didn't
read
post it. I didn't post it for people to read the caption on the side.
Shall I read it?
Why did you post it then?
Hello?
I'm
For the gammies.
Oh, Arwin. Yes, you tell me why QE posted this. Feel free, Arwin.
For the gammies.
All right. It says, I grew up on Lake Norman skiing, wakeboarding, and wake surfing, and in the Appalachian Mountains in the wintertime snowboarding my heart out. That's what it says.
So come again. People who said they weren't ever been jealous of a woman. I feel pretty jealous right now. I think she's got a pretty awesome life. As an individual, she's got a lot to be jealous of, let's be honest.
Hey, she's not a real surfer. She's on a lake.
Whatever.
Let me get it right.
She's enjoying herself.
Let's just get this straight. Right, she's beautiful and has a fantastic life.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
Me too.
Living her boldest life. She told you.
Oh my!
Yeah, so she's getting spoiled.
Appalachian.
Yeah, but we're not jealous of you, Kiwi. No offense.
Funny.
But who cares? I mean, we can be honest about those things, you know, and just say, yeah, she is absolutely stunning and she looks like she's got a fantastic life. That's why she's got a fantastic figure, because she's really active and being active is fun. And, you know, who wouldn't be jealous of that? However, who gives a crap? You know, as we're not critiquing her as a person. What a person. Fantastic. Great. But it matters not when her credentials of science are totally bunk, totally void, not useful for her claims, and what she has claimed is plagiarized. Those are the things we're focused on, rightly so. I don't think in the live show we even talked about her appearance once, did we? I hope not.
No, but if someone posts her IG, we'll all probably have a look at it.
I mean,
Yeah, we didn't know that she was.
I inferred it after the fact because I was like, as soon as I put the name of a video in the title, the numbers went up. So I can only assume, because I know how YouTube works, they'll present to the audience as you scroll through, if you're in my subscription feed for this channel, that is. It'll show what's on screen at that moment as the thumbnail. It won't necessarily present the thumbnail for a live stream. And if we've got her pretty face on screen, there's a good chance people will click on it just for that reason.
Yeah, Nathan, you need to start doing that. You need to start getting random babes and putting them on the thumbnails. I mean it. You'd be surprised who'll click on it.
But, okay. I mean, it violates every ounce of integrity in regards to the subject matter. But, I mean, yeah, I could put naked babes on.
Well, you didn't have any shame up until now. I don't know why shame started on
What do you mean I didn't have any shame? What do you mean? What have I got to be shameful for?
Man.
Have I got something to be shameful for?
No, I'm saying...
Sorry, I'm reading the. Someone put Nathan Oakley comments underneath her video, and she has pinned your video.
No way. Well,
nice.
Well, go down to Uncle Ben 79. Just hit most recent comments. I think it's the fourth comment down, and Nathan Oakley 1980 brought me here. Would love to see your response to his video. And she responded with 1, 2, 3, 4 pins, like tacks.
Okay, cool.
Until
Follow?
she listens to it and she hears Nathan calling her a dumb bimbo.
Yeah, but she'll have to take it on the chin. You know what I mean?
I'm sure she has. That's not the first time she's heard it.
Detention.
No. Don't leave that hanging out there at the end of the show like somebody who comes along after the fact watching the Uncut and After show hears that I've just called her a dumb bimbo. No. When you give an example of someone being demonstrably dumb and then call them dumb, that's perfectly acceptable. It's not an ad hom or an insult. It's a description based on her actions.
The bimbo part was a bit much, though. Nathan.
What?
Yeah, you can't validate that she's a bimbo.
That's just flavor.
God.
Well, what's the
look,
chances that she's listening to that show right now?
She should.
It will be. That's what I said. I called that already. It's not. Why do you think I'm not shocked and shaken when you're like, oh, right, she's already responded, seen comments, even pinned bits of them, or whatever it is you said she's done. Not a surprise. It's only come out a day ago. What would I be doing with a video if I only produced one every month or something like these videographers tend to? I'd be looking for at least a couple of days afterwards, looking at the comments, seeing who's responded to it, what reactions this got. How do you think I don't know I appear when I search my own name? Well, that's why. Well, she'll be doing the same thing for a good couple of days after a video's been released when she's worked hard on it. Who would blame her? She's a YouTuber. I react. I do that as well, as will anybody else who's got a YouTube channel, and that's their motivation in life.
Oh wait, we forgot that just because she has good looks, she is a plagiarist, if that's a word.
No, we didn't forget that, Neil. We highlighted it quite strongly, actually.
Yeah, we definitely didn't forget that, Neil. What's going on, Adam?
Yeah, what we got there? What's this?
Rocket in a vacuum. So,
Looks like a
I've never
syringe.
seen it previously, other than Rob Durham did one, 2015. This is just to show you a rocket wouldn't work in a vacuum, or doesn't. I'll press play. So you've got a syringe in there, and there's some particulate smoke thing, so you can see it. But watch as it's released, and then watch as the wave of released air comes back at the thing, and what happens.
Okay, so just what's going to go on? It's all stuff to smoke, syringes. It's all very familiar. But what's going to happen?
Nothing. Watch. It's brilliant.
Means your fantasy world of rockets flying through a vacuum is just that, a fantasy. It doesn't move until the gases start pushing off the side wall of the vacuum chamber. There's no walls in space. Therefore, rockets have nothing to push off. Nothing. And as a result, rockets don't work in a vacuum. It's a practical reference.
I hate this.
That can be tested.
I figured you wouldn't like this too much.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Yeah.
So rockets don't work in Narnia?
That's it's just a great example of gas behavior. To me, you actually see what's happening. You can see the release. It's the greatest example I've ever seen. I think it's fantastic.
I like it for another reason, Adam. I like it because it shows that gas pressure requires a container. Because there was nothing to press upon till it hit off the walls.
You guys are going to get your asses tore up by Nathan.
And then look at what it does. That little bit of gas just devastates the thing. It's an amazing example of gas behavior. What it does, what it doesn't do. Do you know what I mean?
In a vacuum. In the vacuum. It's nice that it's given us this vacuum to imagine what might happen in it with rockets. That's really handy.
Yes, but it's also a great example. Look at gas behavior. Look at it. You see what I mean? In doing that, in accepting gas behavior, it does deny rockets working in a vacuum. But look at it. It's a great example of what gases are doing.
I hate it so much.
Instantly, they're all...
This works to their advantage. Let me just make my objection. My objection is that to the advantage of the heliocentric paradigm is a false dichotomy argument about whether or not Aslan can talk in Narnia. Is it a talking Aslan or isn't it a talking Aslan in Narnia? Now, the Narnia supposition is already well and truly in place while we argue about whether or not Aslan can talk. So let's just firmly establish that the sky is a vacuum, and we'll argue about how that vacuum above our heads does or does not operate with rockets. Well, bloody hell, I hate it. I hate this argument.
Way, then. Look at it as an example of what gas does when it were if gas was to come into contact with an available volume of vacuum. Look at how it dissipates.
Nathan, he rumpushed your final statement. We didn't get to hear it. Adam does that a lot.
So do I. We all do it. My objection is that whether or not we can have rockets working in vacuums by demonstration just leaves the audience with the impression that there is a sky vacuum. And it doesn't matter if at the end of this demonstration people appreciate that rockets wouldn't work in a sky vacuum that we don't have, or the rockets do work in a sky vacuum that we don't have, because they're going to debunk him showing how the sky vacuum that we don't have will have rockets not work in it. This is horrible.
But they also show how you can't have the sky vacuum.
No, it doesn't.
It's a clear example of gas filling an available volume.
Yeah, that's how I would view it. I would view it as it's showing how the gas... Yeah, the gas, there was no effect of the gas until it started pressing upon something. Then it became pressure. It didn't have a pressure outside of whatever came out of the nozzle. It was expanding till it hit the
For fantasists
the container wall.
And see that this.
Well, the chamber's full. Do you know what I mean? It's full.
Yes, I mean, it does show. I mean, that's how I view it. I view it from that angle, that it's showing how gas absolutely needs a container to be at pressure.
Right, let's give you a
not that we need.
Okay,
not that we need
I agree, Brian. It's a great example of how gas would fill the available volume. But the narrator isn't saying that, is he? Level Earth Observer, isn't it? It's Level Earth Observer, the videographer?
I recognize the voice for some reason, I think, but I'm not sure.
I think the videographer's name is Level Earth Observer. And his narration tells you about how rockets work in vacuums. Well, we don't have a sky vacuum, so to be giving examples of how stuff does or doesn't work in it is akin to arguing about how stuff does or doesn't work in Narnia. Anyway, I'm going to round out. With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!